Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. It's another Go to Dead cast. Wrapping up my end with ghost stories again. So, we're going to be here for a long time tonight. Roughly 5 hours. Probably less since we're not on actual Halloween night, but we're going to keep this going for as long as possible. So settle in, get yourself some snacks, drinks, whatever you need. We'll be starting up really soon. I'm going to start us off with a story that I usually start these off with, and it's Ghost Puncher. Now, this will be very familiar for everyone who comes in, but here's how it goes. Friend not in the story tells us about a place to get palm readings. Lifting Buddy and I go and get palms read. Show up to this shady ass place at 10 in the morning wearing our workout gear. Ghost bitch is already Myron. Stereotypical scraggly gypsy woman shakes out hands and seats us at a table with a crystal ball. Asks us who wants to go first. Hispanic heritage kicks in, and I nope at last minute. Friend chads up to the plate. Woman grabs his hand. He flexes slightly. Woman goes from smiling to horrified. Starts grabbing and studying his hand like a last will. Feeling weird, man. Tells my friend that he's got something following him. Ask him if he's had any Ouija voodoo bullshit. Says he smashed a hole in the wall when he was drunk lifting at home. Says there was some type of decorative skull behind it and uses as decoration in his bathroom. Gypsy lets us leave without paying. At the gym 30 minutes later, spotting friend while on benches. Some newbie dumbass is curling next to us. Like no joke, 6 inches away from us. Dude slips up and swings a 20 he's holding at friend's head. Throws the bar up and ducks just in time. Almost impale myself trying to catch the bar. Newbie apologizes while friend gets back up and saying, "Oof, excuse me." Newbie apologizes while friend gets back up, and I'm shitting myself still. Friend tells me he should go home. Or tell friend he should go home. Friend looks unfazed and wants to continue. Leave to Abuela's sister's house to get some sage and silver. Go back to the gym and give it to a friend. Next day, friend looks happier than normal. Tells me some shit went down at his house. Says the power was dead even though his bills were paid and the neighbor had power. Heard rattling of silverware. Uses flashlight app to see. Saw a silhouette of someone crawling under the kitchen counter. Nothing under the counter, not even shelves. Friend doesn't believe in Ouija shit and believes it's an intruder or animal. Friend grabs his pull-up bar and gets ready for sweet fit justice. Yells the 70s while patrolling his house. Says he sees what looks like a small humanoid crouched in his weight room. Gives 0 fucks and tosses the pull-up bar at the window. Shatters like a linklet kneecap squatting. Thing nowhere in sight. Friend then starts to consider Ouija shit. Call other friend for advice. Our lifting group has some odd characters. Johnny answers and tells him to burn sage and carry the silver. Says he'll buy with some holy water. Or says he'll be by with some holy water. Drops it off. I'll call my grandmother tomorrow to help. She's one of the medium people. Friend sits down on the couch while the house smells like old. Watches American Dad. Looks at Sage. Dried up and out. Goes to his pocket for the silver. fucking melted. Instead of warm, it was cold. Starts to see something in the dark. And starts to see something dart back and forth across the room. TV goes out and static comes on. Says high-pitched screaming fills the voice. Red gets mildly annoyed. Walks over to the weight room and smashes the skull against the wall in one fluid motion. Like imagine walking into a room, tipping over a vase and going back to whatever you were doing. He did that, except threw a skull against the wall. Says house shook, screaming got higher and then stopped. Lights go off again. Hears numerous footsteps getting closer to him. Tells me he's mildly freaked out at this point. I'm very convinced that he said mildly. Or very concerned that he said mildly. Says he doused himself in holy water and started swinging as hard as he could into the darkness. Only hears the wind breaking in on his fists. Says he heard the footsteps getting further away from him. Screams, "Nuh-uh!" Starts running around his house and swinging into the darkness. Fucks up his living room in the process. Tells me he swears he made contact with something fleshy a few times. Doesn't remember falling asleep. Wakes up and goes to the gym and tells us the next day. Fred goes outside to make frequent calls throughout his routines. Ask him if he's trying to get in touch with a priest. Tells me he's been calling his home phone and leaving angry voice messages for the ghosts. Said he would buy a snake just to flatten it out with a rolling pin until it dies. Fred goes home again. Fast forward a few days. Looks completely normal. Asks Johnny if Lifting Buddy was alright. Tells me it's disturbing how well he's handling this situation. Says he went to the Lifting Buddy's house to check up on the sitch. Feels the presence, but it feels scared. Lifting Buddy walks out of the bathroom naked, wiping his ass with a Ouija board towel. Throws it on the floor and kicks it into the living room. Pours more holy water on it and takes it outside to burn. Ask friend if he's hungry. Sure. Says he pulls out a Ouija board he bought at Spencer's and uses as a fucking cutting board. Says he repeatedly stabbed the cutting knife into the board when he was not using it. Breaks the board in half after he's done chopping up tomatoes and throws it in the trash. Washes his hands and pisses in the trash can. Even I think this is disrespecting the spirits too much. They both eat grilled chicken salad, then Johnny leaves. Says on the way out, Lifting Buddy goes into the lifting room and puts another crucifix on the wall. I'm putting Jesus on this wall and I'll be back to fucking masturbate on my bench press while thinking about Lucifer's whore daughter. Punches a hole in the wall before leaving. Johnny calls his abuela that night. Abuela goes to Lifting Buddy's house with a priest the next day. Says her abuela and priest were also amazed and disturbed with how Lifting Buddy is fighting the situation. Priest actually a coward and admired Lifting Buddy, pissing naked on the Satanic Battle, or Bible, he bought at some shady bookstore. Tells Priest he walks around naked a lot lately and talks shit about Satan. Priest leaves before cleansing. Abuela stays to do her medium thing. Tries to connect to the spirits. Tries to contact the spirits. Says it was a group of entities that were very pissed that their shrine was disturbed. Tells her that they have no power since Lifting Buddy isn't remotely scared of anything they've done. Lifting Buddy walks back into weight room with a dead snake. Abuela says the entities scatter like roaches. Check out what I found on the street this morning. Takes a bite of apple. A fucking dead snake. Throws the snake on the floor. Puts holy water and salt on it. Kicks it in the carpet a few times before peeling it off and throwing it into the trash can in the kitchen. Abuela is what the fucking at this man's mental strength and ignorance. Mental strength or ignorance. Tries to contact spirits again. They keep running from her. Finally talks to one. Says they are scared of Lifting Buddy. Ghosts are scared of my bulky friend. Abuela asks what could make them pass on. Says they did black magic to get revenge on some asshole landlord way back when. Says they had incriminating shit to shame his family within the wall with the skull. Abuela tells Lifting Buddy what he needs to do. Lifting Buddy goes into the weight room, makes a hole in the wall bigger by throwing a 15 through the wall, like a 15-pound plate. Finds the folder with the records of some sort. I'm not lying about any of this, I swear, and especially this next part. Lifting Buddy flips through the papers and wipes his ball with it. Abuela is horrified, crumples them up and throws them into the corner of the room. Tells spirits to piss off, then punches another hole in the wall. Total of 13 holes at this point. Abuela says, may God have mercy in Spanish, then leaves. Goes back to Lifting Buddy's house a month later. Immediately goes to weight room. More holes in the wall, destroyed as fuck, but the halo descending from the heavens, the bench press, and the squatting rack are still there. Tries to contact spirits, nothing. Smiles and asks my friends if he did what needed to be done. Again, not lying about any of this. Tells Abuelo that he uncrumpled the papers, got the address of this bastard. Papers were only from 60 years ago, and so the guy was still alive, just old as dust. Finds the address of the guy in some sort of mansion. Knocks on the door wearing "Get swole, you must..." Knocks on the door wearing a "Get swole, you must" Star Wars Yoda tank top, board shorts, pink sunglasses, and a backwards Chicago Bulls snapback. Johnny said Lifting Buddy went into a lot of detail about his wardrobe for this. Some scrawny white guy in his mid-30s opens the door. Lifting Buddy holds out the papers and asks for the person's name. "Hey Dad, someone's here to see you. He has documents." Lifting Buddy lets himself in and the old man in the studies. And finds the old man in the study. "Who are you?" Notices the paper. "Where did you get that?" Old man tries to grab the papers. Lifting Buddy punches the old man in the face. Dentures fly out. Says it was like some shit out of a movie. Crouches in the face and sets the old man straight Sherlock Holmes style. Guy's son runs in and jumps on Lifting Buddy's back. Lifting Buddy stops mid-sentence, lets the guy down, then gut punches him until he hobbles out of the room and pukes in the hallway. Tells the old man to set shit right or he will be back for blood. Leaves. Fast forward a couple days. Various cars outside Lifting Buddy's house. Think the old man's brought some friends. Grabs his pull-up bar. Walks outside in tank top and house shorts. Various families are thanking him and giving him home-cooked foods. Thank him for getting their grandparents' properties back. Documents were apparently deeds swindled out by the old man. Families say the whole "we'll never forget you" spiel and leave. Friend looks into the Tupperware. Nothing but calories and carbs, cookies, briskets, gumbo. Throws it all away and goes back to lifting weights in his room. Sees the old man's name in the news a few days later. Apparently he was hated by the community for being a dick. Somehow only heard about him now. News doesn't disclose how he died. Don't know if it was from Lifting Buddy doing more damage than he thought, the ghost getting their revenge, or natural causes. Hasn't had any paranormal problems since then, except for one. Says he went to the kitchen for a late night, non-cheating snack and saw full body apparitions. They smiled at him. Says he grabbed an apple, head nodded while taking a bite, then walked away back to his bedroom. He stops and turns around. "Holy shit, you guys are real?" Spirits fade while smiling. Lifting Buddy goes to sleep. Lifting Buddy still lifts and does insane shit like this, like he always does. No one fucks with him since he's the ghost puncher, or since the ghost puncher incident. Abuela admires every time he's around him. And I think the priest told his priest buddies and church because everyone admires and cowers in his grace twice as hard when they are around him. Yeah, none of this was made up. No walk the dinosaur shit. My friend legitimately beat up a bunch of ghosts. That's a classic one. Let's find another one that's sufficiently spooky. There's another thing is... a lot of like creepypasta and stories are kind of crap. Because they like they're the ones, like current ones especially. One sec. There's like a lot of them like are just like following trends, like spooky video game, or like fuck, the SCP Foundation. That got ruined so hard. Anyways, let's see. Used to be archives for this, but those have all been like disappearing, which is unfortunate. General green text. That's a shame. That ain't it. All right. That one's... maybe not though. Not that one either. Anon explores his crawl space. 2002, 19-year-old directionless Spurg living with his mom. He's got money, buys house out in the sticks. 2-story with basement, 3-car garage, not bad. Move in, things are cool at first night. Begin setting up my room upstairs. Discover crawl space entry for attic. Decide to investigate. Open up, crawl in. Was a little door about 2 or 2.5 by 4 feet. Tiny window I couldn't find, but could see from the outside illuminating a room. Runs full length of the house, north to south. East wall is first or floor to ceiling covered in dry erase board. Loaded with drawings clearly made by children with what appeared to be permanent markers. No idea how old these drawings are. Best guess is 2 or 3 kids, normal stuff. Cars, family, rocket ships, each other, mom and dad. One weird figure, always drawn completely black. Short legs, long arms, long hair, no face. Just black circle. Nothing from north or south figure becomes, Going from north to south, figure becomes more common. Larger, more prominent, closer to the family, but always behind. Always the same features, though. Aside from that wall, room is 100% bare, just layers of dust. Leave, seal it up, put dresser in front of it, play video, and try to forget. Middle of second night, hear a weird sound. From upstairs, I crashed on the couch watching TV. Sounds like something bouncing and rolling from north to south on the second floor, on the hardwood. Only hardwood floor upstairs is crawl space. For about 3 hours it goes from north to south, then south to north, then back, then stops. Go to sleep anyway, convince myself it's the wood settling with new weight on it because I'm a skeptical idiot. Night 3, hear it again, with something else accompanying it. Fucking feet. Bare feet, small ones, running after the bouncing sound that I now realized I recognize as one of those ultra bouncy rubber super balls. Next morning, open crawl space to investigate. There are fucking footprints in the dust layer, not even half the size of half my size of 13 boots that I was wearing when I was here yesterday. But only one set, moving north to south, then south to north, basically in a perfect loop. Only the tracks are mine. Only other tracks are mine. Close up crawl space, put dresser back, play video. Hear bouncing noise start again. Hear feet again. 2 sets now. Second set sounds heavier. Larger person, close to my size. 6 foot at the time. Fast, chasing the smaller feet, same pattern. North to south. South to north, repeating. Put earbuds in, jam to Metallica. Ignore. Tell mom when she gets home from work. She's naturally skeptical too. Next night, nothing happens. No sounds. Nothing. Starts up at the crack of dawn. Third set of feet. Lighter than the second, accompanying the first. Try to ignore it. Sound stop. Resume playing video on the living room TV. Suddenly hears something coming down the stairs. Bouncing. Cat decides this is an excellent time to suddenly become completely insane. Poofs out the size of a basketball and begins growling and hissing at the stairs. Motherfucking Super Ball comes bouncing down the stairs. I hear tiny footsteps run away from the top of the stairwell. Mid-July in Iowa, nearly 95 degrees outside. AC is off because broken. Massive cold draft now coming from upstairs. Cat fucks off to the porch, yelling and screaming like he's been being eaten. Me pick up and stare at the Super Ball. Looks old as fuck, chunk missing out of it. Take outside, throw into the dumpster. That night, no sounds, nothing. Garbage pickup the next day. Silence for a week. Sounds start again one night. All 3 sets of feet, Super Ball. Officially freaked out, but more angry. Mom hears them too. Go upstairs, tear open crawl space. Footsteps footprints fucking everywhere in the dust. 3 distinct sets of little kid footprints. One set looks like Shaq has been in the attic. Barefoot, 4 toes, missing pinky toe, larger than my boot. Steal crawl space, spend 20 minutes caulking the door shut and make sure it stays that way. Going back downstairs, hear footsteps behind me running across the hall. Look back, the fucking Super Ball is at the top of the stairs. Slowly back downstairs. Sounds start again, about 30 seconds after I sat down, but quieter. Only the lighter feet and the ball. Decide to check something. Turn on the upstairs light that illuminates the top of the stairs. The fucking ball is gone. Go stay with my aunt for a week because fuck this. Mom says noises stopped after I left. Come back and they start within 5 minutes of me getting home and getting my stuff unpacked for my aunts. Hear loud thud from the crawlspace door. Then hear a ball bouncing off the wall at face height, over and over. Hear it hit the wall, then the floor, then pause and repeat. Ballsy moment, I say, hey, play quieter, please? Hey, play quieter, please? Sound stopped dead. Then nothing for 3 days. Morning of last day, sound start again. Just a ball, no feet. No feet. Yeah, no feet. The silence. suddenly hear bouncing again. But now it's coming down the stairs and hitting the walls on the way down. But nothing is coming down the fucking stairs. Happens over and over for probably an hour. Remember this shit vividly. Playing in TFT Singles Weekend Tourney. Game starts. Hear a massive crash from upstairs. Sounds like shit flying everywhere. Then the bouncing. Entire house browns out for 2 to 3 seconds. So much for the tourney. Head for the stairs, scared as shit. Ball is at the bottom of the stairs to greet me like a hello mortal plaything. Pick it up, go upstairs. My dresser is in fucking pieces and the door to the crawl space is knocked off its hinges. Room is easily 15 feet across and there's pieces of my dresser and clothes against the far wall. Sprint downstairs, outside, hurl the ball into field behind home. Turn around and go back inside. Window to crawl space in plain view, completely black. Couldn't make out finer details because nearsighted. Like a 3D shadow blocking the window. Watch as it slowly moves away from the window. Find my nuts, head back inside. Cleaning up dresser, packing my shit because I'd rather live my aunt than this. Have to be right by the crawl space entrance for this. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Ball rolls out of the crawl space like it shouldn't be 60 yards deep in the field I just threw it into. Hear breathing in crawl space. Grab shit. Excuse me. Punctuation's a bit weird here. Grab shit. Out. Force mom to leave with me. Take cat. Go to aunt's. We go back next day, finish getting shit out. Or shitting out. Where are the fire trucks? Fire in the upstairs. My room and the crawl space destroyed. Investigator blames faulty electric. Get shit out. Never again. Next person that bought the home tore the house down after 2 months. Yeah, that was a decent one. Let's see. Let's do another one. Paranormal green texts tend to be superior. This one's a bit shorter. Anon invites a clown to his birthday party. This reawoke a memory of a spooky childhood clown happening of mine. Unlike a lot of kids, I really liked clowns. Even scary ones. Because of this, when I was about 9, my mom and dad hired a clown for the birthday party. When he came to the party, the clown came, his name was something like Polka Pete, or something else. My memory is foggy because I was 9 at the time. I noticed immediately he was really tall. Again, I was a kid at the time, but even according to my dad, he was a giant. My dad's 6'4" for reference, and works in construction. And Polka Pete was a whole head taller than him. About 7 feet. Pete moved so weirdly. Again, even my parents remember it. It was like his arms and legs had additional knees and elbows. And his face was so uncanny, even a kid like me who loved clowns, he was uncanny. I didn't want to be around Pete, and my parents didn't want him around. My dad told him to his face to leave and offered to pay him a bonus up front if he just left. Pete froze up at this, breathing heavily in my dad's face. My dad said it took him all the willpower in his body not to throw up at that moment because Pete's breath was rancid. And then a few moments later, a car covered in polka dots pulled up to the house, and an actual clown stepped out. Polka Pete suddenly stood up straight, getting this 1,000-yard stare in his eyes before sprinting off really unnaturally. The actual clown was confused as fuck about why there was someone else there, and we all realized rather quickly that Polka Pete never showed up in a car. It seemed like he just materialized at the door. Saying pick related, it's a black and white clown. Except with polka dots and looked like an uncanny robot. Quick note too, according to my dad, around this time and for about probably 2 years after, anytime something would be left in the backyard, after a few hours it would fall or flat out vanish. Not to be misplaced, it would just be gone the next day. I have no idea if it has anything to do with Polka Pete, but still kind of spooky shit about it. Spooky to think about it. Yeah, that was not too bad either. Short, sweet, got to the point. Well, let's see. Anon gets his own bedroom. Let's try. Actually, I've got a way to filter these. That did not work out. We'll try that again. Let me get a sip of my drink real quick. That's good. Alrighty. How are things, how are you all settling in at the moment? Enjoying things right now, or who do we got in the chat? I think next one we'll do is Anon gets his own bedroom. Another sip. Keep in mind, this will use both own memories and second-hand accounts from my parents who remember this incident. I'm about 6 years old, just began sleeping in my own room since we were able to move into a house that allowed for us to have our own room. Excited because I felt like I was finally a big boy and could live on his own. First night, feel hot, like very hot. Live in Texas, so heat is not a rare issue, but felt unbearable. Almost to the point of not being able to breathe. Just go to the living room and sleep and forget about it. Next night, the heat returns. This time feels less warm and more mean. My 6-year-old mind didn't know what malice was, so that was the best way I could describe it. Made me want to leave my room, but I couldn't. Something made me so scared that it got me frozen. Tried yelling for my dad, but almost like those dreams where you yell and nothing comes out. Same thing here, but I knew I wasn't dreaming. Now here's where memory gets fuzzy, so I'm going to go off my parents or what my parents remember. Next day I go to my dad and tell him about the past 2 nights. He chalks it up to me being scared alone in the dark. He decides that day to put a nightlight in my room and hopefully helps. Comes into my room that night like he usually does, and this time reads me a bedtime story, so all in the hopes to calm me down. He leaves, and seemingly that's the end of it. Fast forward of about 2 a.m. or so. Absolute worst blood-curdling scream he has ever heard comes from my room. So loud it actually wakes up the neighbors. My dad is not a fast man, but that day you swear he had super speed the way he was able to get to my room so fast. Our rooms were on the opposite sides of the house. Dad basically breaks the door off the hinges and sees me on the floor crying, cowering for my life in the corner of the room. Dad goes on to explain how as soon as he went in, he felt a pure aura of just anger and malice. Dad picks me up and bolts out of the room. Sleep with them for the next 2 nights. My dad doesn't talk about the room for those days, not wanting to scare me. Tells me that after that he talked to my mom about it. My mom, being religious and an avid believer of paranormal, tells my dad it has to be some sort of spirit haunting the room. My dad is still skeptical to say fuck it and sleep in the room himself, just to make sure he didn't imagine it, since he was still groggy and half awake when he came into my room that night. Later that night, he tucks me in with my mother and goes to sleep in my room. Next day, we find him sleeping in the living room. Mom asks Dad what happened. He begins to go on a huge tirade about how the room made him feel nauseous and almost depressed. Said that the heat itself was bad, but around 2 a.m. he felt almost suicidal, to the point of thinking of just to turn the car's gas and let it be. My father is not a depressive, nor has he ever had such a history of such. Tells my mom that something is definitely fucked up about that room. My sister, she was about 17, hears my dad say this and, as most teenagers do, tends to not believe him and says she'll sleep in the room, much to my mother's dismay. Later that night, my sister goes into my room. About 2 a.m., same as last night and same as 2 nights before, she bolts out of my room. And I don't mean she almost leaped out of my room. I don't mean run. She almost leapt out of my room with how fast she tried to leave. My mother tells me that she even caught my sister trying to leave the house entirely, in a mess of sweat and tears. Later that night, after my sister calms down, my parents ask her what exactly happened. She goes on to explain that she had been touched by something, not just the normal grazing feel or strange sensation. He means grabbed and groped. She explains that while in the room itself became scorching hot, the touches felt like they were setting her on fire, burning her. She said that the pain may have been one thing, but the sheer feeling of anguish and despair she felt at it happened was on an entirely different level. She explained it was She explained it as the feeling you get when someone you love dies and you have to see their body in a casket. Of course to my mother and father, they knew what that felt like, losing a parent and grandparents respectively. My mom finally tells me she wants to sleep in that room. Dad tells her not to and just to call a priest or something. Mom says she wants to confirm it for herself. Part of me thinks she just wanted to have a piece of the paranormal pie. That night, we all go to bed. My mom goes to my room. Same verse as the first, second, and third. 2 a.m. and shit hits the fan. This time, we hear crashing and screaming. Dad once again runs into the room. Tells me to stay in their bed until he comes back. I hear sister running to my room as well. Can hear talking, not real words that can be made out. Later that day, my mom explains what happened. Mom tells my dad she felt the exact same malice and anger that my sister did, only this time she could feel a direction. She could tell where it was. She continued to explain that she just knew where it was sitting, or standing, or whatever. At first, she left it be, since it wasn't really trying to harm her. But then she told my dad something, and later to me, which to this day has never left our minds. She begins telling to my dad, not only was it there, but it spoke to her. Not the same quiet whisper my sister got, but full audible speech. She says the spirit began talking about my father first, saying things like, he only chose you because you were the easiest. He only chose you because you needed he needed a rebound. Only reason he stayed was the kid. For context, I am my father's only child. My sister were from a different marriage, or my sisters were from a different marriage, etc. She then began saying the spirit talked about how he'll end up being buried by you. He'll never amount to anything because you'll never let him, etc. And this went on for maybe 30 minutes until she just lost it. My sister felt fear, my dad felt depression, I felt malice, and my mother felt pure, unfiltered anger. My mom isn't someone known for her temper, but when she is mad, she's terrifying. This was one of those moments. Mom finally told my dad to call a priest and bless the house and exorcise any bad juju. Call a family friend who was also a priest at our local church. Priest comes and immediately asks, "Can you show me your son's room?" My mother and my father never told him about the room. When asked why he wanted to start there first, the priest said, "I think that's where I'm needed most." My mom allows him in and leads the way into my room. Priest stops, almost frozen. Tells my parents that there's something evil, something cruel in here. And as he said that, he turns to the corner of the room, same place my mother told my dad where she felt it. Priest points there points and says, "There. That is where it lives. It's no spirit, it's a demon. I don't know what brought it here, nor why it resides in this exact area. Something about this land attracts it." Priest as he says this begins to set crosses and candles around the room, grabbing his holy water. Begins to pray and spread the holy water. As he's doing that, the whole room gets hot. Hotter than anyone has ever felt it. To the point where we were all drenched in sweat as this happened. Priest is praying and spraying at this point. Priest is praying and spraying at this point. Looked like a movie almost. The whole time it felt like something was struggling, clinging to the room. And then after 30 minutes, it stopped. No more heaviness. Temperature went to the same as the rest of the house. Everything felt normal. Priest says that it decided to go. It knew that it couldn't stay. Fast forward about 2 years and my father and the priest friend decided to discuss what exactly happened. Priest begins to explain that for some reason the demon felt an abnormal amount of attraction to that one area. That one bit of the house that was full of malice and anger. Says he researched the house and from what he knows, no one was ever killed there. No Indian burial ground or any of that crap. Just something that there fed evil nature. Tells my dad that it's not unheard of for any demon to just choose a random house, especially a random room. But when it does happen, it happens for a reason. To this day, neither the priest nor my parents know why. Now I'm 23, and to this day I still think about that room. I still sleep in it sometimes when I visit my folks. Nothing ever feels off. If you see it, it's just a normal everyday middle-class room. I have had some paranormal experiences here and there since then, some bigger than more explainable than others. But nothing ever tops this one. Nothing ever gets close to this one. It has always stuck in my mind. It is possibly why I still believe in paranormal at all. Just the amount of evidence I witnessed firsthand from those 2 weeks or so was enough to tell me that it isn't all superstition and voodoo. I still wonder sometimes what it was that attracted that thing to my room. Not my parents, not my sister, nowhere in the house. But my room. Maybe demons are just more attracted by toddlers since they are more innocent and easier to corrupt. I'm not a theologian, so I can't say for sure. All I know is that in some sick way, I hope I can encounter something like that again. That was pretty fun. Longer one, but hey, nice. Again, this is why I prefer none of the real popular creepypastas. It feels more honest. It's not like someone trying to ape off a fad. Like, God, that horrible Stupid. Series, Jeff the Killer. Fucking A, I'm still surprised how that even got popular. It's so stupid. Also, hey Gord and hey Weeb. It's good to see you kids. Alrighty. Let's try another scary one, then we'll try finding a funny one. We already started off with Ghost Puncher, so can't really do that one. Unseasoned lights. Anon is a camp counselor. Let's see that one. Decent read, so settle in. Get a drink. Alrighty. Let's get this going. First, let me describe how I've spent the last 3 summers. Live in Ohio. Be a camp counselor in a woods camp in Hocking Hills region of southern Ohio. Clear Creek Valley is one of the most biodiverse areas in the entire world. No kidding, more than some rainforests. Nearest civilization is town of Rock Ridge, tiny, many miles away. Everyone lives in cabins with no air conditioning, power, or lights. I'm assigned to the older boys because I'm better with the bushcraft. Teach them batoning, fire building, breeze huts, edible plants, the works. One night every week we camp out, use the skills, and sleep under the stars. Every week each cabin has to do a camp improvement project, otherwise known as chores. Little kids pull weeds on what few unpaved, barely maintained paths we have. Big kids, 14 to 17, use rakes, saws, and shovels to clear out new campsites or refurbish old ones. There's always been a rivalry between the older boys and girls, especially among the counselors. That's the camp. It's a nice place. I'm there for 6 weeks every summer, but the kids stay there, or kids only stay for 1 week sessions. After 3 years of romping through the forest there, I know the place like the back of my hand. There's still some places I haven't been, but they are few and far between. As a side note, every counselor has a camp name, so campers can't find us on Facebook and stuff. I'm Hawkeye. My friends in the story are Turkey, certified EMT, and my co-counselor, Magenta, old friend and engineering student, and Khaleesi, business student. Fuck you and your Khaleesi shit. I'm going to call you Mommy. Magenta and Mommy are counselors of the older girls. Turkey and I are counselors of the older boys. Turkey is a pretty kick-ass name. The last week of camp. Everyone happy to be going home. What camp improvement projects don't get done have to be done by the counselors after camp is done. But before they can leave, fuck that. Turkey, Magenta, Mommy, and I all agree to have our kids do all the hard chores so we don't have to do them alone. We clean up the campsite on the side of the hill called Blackfeather. The girls clean up the site called Human Nature. They're bragging because it hasn't been used in around 20 years. Camp is 90 years old, or over 90 years old. And we'll finally get it up and going again. I'm a bit jealous because I've never been to that site. The only clue as to where it is dotted on the 30-year-old hand-drawn map indicating a shitty trail. Magenta says she knows where it is. I think she's bluffing, but she's a smart girl. I figure if anyone could find it, it'd be her. The next day, head to Blackfeather. Find a box tortoise and explain tortoise versus turtle. A tree has fallen right in the campsite. Go, go, Gadget, saw! 15 teenage boys attack a fallen tree, 1 foot in diameter, with hacksaws. That bitch didn't know what hit it. Show them how to split wood. Blackfeather will have firewood for many years. Turn to camp. Now it's time to select overnight spots. Magenta has a smug grin on her face, looks at me in the eyes, and says, "We're going to Human Nature. What do you think about that?" "Never been there. Where is it?" "In the valley, a new part of the forest. We found where the fire ring was, but all the rocks were strewn about." "That's weird." "Nah." Walks away. Turkey comes up to me and says he let the younger cabin take a Blackfeather, as it's not too far of a hike for them. "Where are we staying?" "Tatanka." I was very excited because there is a very cool clearing right by Tatanka, perfect for astronomy. Right at the top of the hill, so it's a tough hike, but that makes the food taste so much better. Next day, overnight day. 15 boys plus 2 counselors. We made hamburgers on a grate and we carried them up. Why not just make the hamburgers up there? 7 pounds of meat to divide. We ate like kings. Campfire jacks for dessert. Basically tinfoil wrapped tortilla with a chocolate and marshmallow. Holy shit, that sounds really good. I mean, I'd miss like the graham cracker flavor of the graham cracker, but yeah, that's simple. Doesn't make a mess. Okay. Uh-oh. Person who packed the food gave us no tortillas. I'm fine with doing without, but some guys were looking forward to them. Don't worry guys, I'll just pop over to another campsite and see if they have extras. Quietly to Turkey. Where are the other campsites? I've heard from the girls from downhill all evening, but I don't know where they are. I don't know, man. It's first year counseling. But Magenta said Human Nature was in the valley. Did you see the raggedy-ass trail leading downhill when we headed up? Like 20 minutes or 20 meters past the last cabin? I did see it, but I didn't look at like it had been used recently. You sure that's right? Yeah, man. That's where the trail is on the map. It is around the right area, but the map even has written on it, not to scale, sometimes may be overgrown. Alright man, that's about right. I go down towards the trail, 9:30 p.m. so it's dark. Got my whistle, moral companion, blade bathed in white ash so it works on demons, and headlamp. That's debatable. White ash is pretty much from anything. But whatever. Get to Trailhead. It's a bit dark, so not much to see that it's oppressive. I head into the trail. About 5 meters in, it suddenly turns from undergrowth to grass underfoot. This is odd. All the undergrowth is getting thinner too, but the path is still very defined for something 20 years old. Suddenly no other undergrowth, just trees. Eerie almost brightness. Eerie almost brightness. Don't even need my headlamp. It's a new moon, so this is fucking weird. New moon is like the pitch black moon, where we see nothing but the dark side of the moon. Just for reference. Alrighty. The section of the forest I'm in looks very new. Thin trees, low ground cover, no bushes or mid-level plants. The feeling I get in it is tough. It feels old. Like walking inside of an old tomb. I keep walking, more to distract myself from how weird this section of the forest is. I realize that I don't hear the girls anymore. They're normally very loud, being teenagers. I stop. Everything in the world around me. Even insects are chirping. I see fog slowly filling into the valley. Now bright in there. Despite being a new moon. This place is not good. I'm actually getting goosebumps describing it. A stream runs down from the center of the valley. Shallow but still a stream. I don't know why, because every fiber of my being said otherwise. I continued the path, crossing the stream. Once I crossed, a wave of the most powerful feeling hit me. One I can't even articulate to people. The best way I can describe it is like feeling every ounce of your body that something is the most despicable evil that has ever existed. This place was bigger than me, bigger than the forest. I should not be there. I was more scared than anything. Since there was nothing to fight, I ran further down the path. I don't know why the fuck I did it. Every step carried me into it, but I couldn't stop. It felt like I had run at least a mile or two, but it was probably no more than a few hundred meters. Not afraid of admitting that I'm almost in tears at this point. It's so much easier when there's something to focus on your fear on. When there's nothing, it just takes over. Suddenly, off the side of an increasingly dispersing path, glow of campfire, sound of girls talking in low voices. Stumbled towards the campsite. Magenta's voice, almost shakier than normal. Hello? Who is there? I tried to be as calm as possible to avoid spooking campers, though I realized that they are already unsettled as it is. Hey, Magenta! Hawkeye! Come out of the bush! Oh, good! What do you need? I'd totally forgotten what I was there for. Just popping by. Cool. She says, then gestures me to come over to her, away from the campers. Hawkeye, what the fuck are you doing? What? Was that you? Where did you come from? Why are you here? I was getting something. Wait, what was me? What do you mean, where did I come from? You took the path, right? She looked at me dead in the eye for a second. I said, I see that same look that must have been on my face minutes earlier when I realized what I was feeling. She shook her head just slightly, and I could feel the color drain from my face. This was a bad idea, Hawkeye. What are you going to do? He told me how it felt, much safer at the campsite with the fire going. Certainly wasn't going to lead them out through the forest in the dark. Mommy also knew, and didn't know how to get anywhere, so it was up to Magenta. She said she'd stay up all night and tend to the fire, keep the flames hot and large. I looked at her in the eye and asked her if she'd be okay. She said yes, but didn't sound convinced. Remember while I was there, I grabbed some extra tortillas because, damn it, I'm not going home empty-handed. Magenta shows me the path they took. Old but completely different from the ingress route. Make it back on the other path. I feel it as I leave the campsite, but it fades as I walk away. Make it to a big, well-maintained path. Holy crap, this is the same as the other path led out on. Walk back towards camp. Ask where it should be. Wait. It's not there. It's like the path closed up. Some of the thickest forests I've ever encountered where the damn path should have been. I know that's where it was because there was a large boulder opposite to it. Anyways, make it back to Tatanka, where the boys have been waiting for me. Turkey yells to me as I walk up. Hey Hawkeye, where have you been? Did you walk all the way back to the kitchen? Haha. I realize it's like an hour and a half later. Yeah, the girls didn't have any. Come up, let the older boys take over teaching the younger ones how to make campfire jacks. Pull Turkey aside. The girls had tortillas. What? Don't ever go to human nature. There's something else in that forest. What do you mean? I have him look at me in the eyes. He sees I'm not joking. Turkey. Not a good area in the forest. Never go there. Okay, man, I won't. We go back to bed, but I can't sleep on my hammock. I kept having dreams about the forest. Next day, wake up. Campers rekindled a fire, since it burned down. Pancakes were on the grill we hauled up. Clean up the site, pack, head back to camp. Get equipment put away, send campers with turkey to get the showers and stuff. Magenta pulls me aside outside the dining hall, but away from the campers. She has bags under her eyes, obviously from lack of sleep. Hawkeye, did you get any sleep last night? Not well. I kept having dreams. About the forest? Yeah? Hawkeye, if I tell you something, you promise that you'll believe me. You felt it. You know what it was like. Sure, Magenta, go ahead. Every girl either talked in their sleep last night or woke up crying at some point in the night. We didn't eat breakfast. We just got out of there. Every girl? Every damn girl, I swear to you. I heard them. I didn't sleep a second. I was tending the fire. I don't know what would have happened if I had let it gone out. Okay, Magenta, I believe you. That's about it. Go home 4 days later. I don't know what the hell it was, but that's it. Sorry for the long post. I'll compile a big image. Okay. That's that one. Yeah, a more ominous feeling. I like it. Anyways, we're rounded up on the first hour. So, we'll take a quick short break so I can rest my voice this time around. Because usually I do continue throughout the full 5 hours, but this time I'm thinking we're going to go a little bit easier so I don't end up waking or being miserable the next day. So, go refill your snacks, and we'll reconvene in a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back, ladies and gents. Just had a quick peek around my house. For some reason, my backyard's lights were on. Had to turn them off. Alrighty. Green tech. Nope. Let's see. We haven't done a crappy pasta yet, so we're going to do a crappy pasta. Guys, a backyard. Yes, I do. Now let's see. Oh, that's nothing. Fall Guys. No one wins. My name is Joseph Rivers, and do you guys remember a game with bean-like people who would have to face off in different challenges with the winner receiving nothing but bragging rights? This is my story. It was an October afternoon. I had just gotten home from hell, which I call school, after spending all day getting beaten up by my school bully Derek. I wanted to do nothing but play my favorite game, Fall Guys. Fall Guys was the only thing I really gave a shit about, and it was the only thing that kept me sane. I had just walked into my room after having a fat screaming match with my mother, and I turned on my Xbox Series X, which sounded like a fucking jet engine after my uncle stayed over. Fun fact, after my uncle stayed over, I looked on the search history and I found I'm not reading that because it's a dated meme and it's not funny. Like a Two Girls One Cup reference at this day and age, come on. Also, yeah, nice on the Costco Pizza and Lemonade. Good job, Gord. Anyways, as I was saying, I sat on my bed staring at the glowing light of my 75-inch widescreen TV. It was the only source of light I had in my room due to the fact I don't open my curtains. I had just finished loading Fall Guys after it needed a fucking 20 gigabyte update, and I loaded it into a... This is your favorite game. Why do you need a 20 gigabyte update? It could just be auto update. Match, thinking I was going to shit on these people, and then as I was about to get the victory royale, as the Fortnite Lorsat losers at my school would say, all of a sudden Annie 4026 made me fall off the map. I was outraged when it happened. I immediately said many slurs, and I pulled out my phone? No. My iPhone and started to rant to my school bully Derek on Reddit about what I had experienced, and he told me I'll only give you a half Sroli tomorrow, so I felt relieved something good had come from my loss. I had just finished messaging Derek on Reddit when out of the blue my phone starts to ring, and I didn't have a normal ringtone. The ringtone I had was my dad's farting. Anyways, I declined the call and went back to Fall Guys. I had just lost another match when the phone rang again. It was the same person, Ryan. I declined again. But after the third round, I lost consciousness and woke up. I saw a pop-up telling me that someone had fallen off the map. Then all of a sudden, I heard gunshots and screaming. So I sonic dashed to the sound and saw a person whose eyes were bleeding. And I immediately threw up. That wasn't normal puke. It was blood. Anyways, I got teleported to the second round where I crushed my competition because it was a scary race. And since I was so good at this round, I managed to beat it in record time. I looked around to see all sorts of people, even dated meme, when all of a sudden I got teleported to the section of a bunch of people. I look up and see a person in a shark cage to other players. This guy Eric was found to have been caught cheating, and we had to vote what the punishment should be, but I didn't vote. But his punishment was death by headshot. I witnessed it. It was fucking brutal, and it made me shit my pants and come. After the scene, I once again teleported, but this time it was a dark room and I felt an old breeze and it smelled like old diarrhea. In the room, there was me and dated meme and what looked like my school bully Derek. The guards told us that we should be falling, and we fell 4,096 feet down to the third round. It looked like the big balls stage from Wipeout. Anyways, I finished my first, but school bully Derek finished, so it was down to me and him in a Mortal Kombat style boxing match where the only way to win was to get a fatality first. We had 15 minutes to prepare, so I felt shit. I would love to kill Derek, but at the same time, he was my only source of human interaction, so I didn't know what to do. I got into depth with my thought, and I literally had to be carried to the ring. Anyways, me and Derek looked into each other's eyes lovingly, and then the fight began, and we fought for 10 minutes before me and Derek both took 20-inch razor sharp kata, and at the same time we both beheaded each other with them. And since no one was left standing for the first time ever, the event was declared a draw. And I woke up and I realized it was all a dream until I was getting ready for school and saw the headlines that dated me, my beloved, had died in a Fall Guy event, and I was questioning whether it was real or a dream. As far as crappy pastas go, that was more in the literal sense and not in the funny sense. But I found this on Reddit, so go figure. Redditors aren't funny. It was full of dated memes that I refused to read. So let's never do that again. Find like proper crappy pasta green text. Alrighty. Nevadanon meets the Creepster. I live in rural North Nevada. Then there's gold in them. It's silver. It's silver. We're the fucking silver state. Memes aren't funny. There are some funny, but that was awful. Because it's Reddit. They kill everything that's funny. Grabbed a sippy there. Hanging with 3 bros, drinking at the house. Call up some friends. Desert party time. Driving to nowhere on a dirt road. So we can shoot targets and shit and listen to obnoxiously loud music. 30 miles of driving, completely stark, barren desert. You're in rural North Nevada. You need to drive 30 miles? Literally just 5 miles outside of any town here. Come on. Dirt road ends at no significant location. Wow, that's weird. Bunch of the other guys meet us there. There are some hot ass girls too. Oh lord. We set up tables and chairs and get bumpiness car stereo going. Everyone is drinking and firing rifles into the hills, so it's Cass. The girls hate the guns and are generally worthless. Some half-dozen weed-smoking members of our cohort nip off. See, that's another thing. Nip off. Who the fuck says nip off? Except for a British person. This is just a fucking British person LARPing. Smoke a blunt. You need to go to the top of the tallest nearby hill to acquire best smoking spot. Get to the top, the hill overlooks the valley, and on the side opposite of us. The sun is starting to go down, and we need to get back to the party camp. Barbecue time, whipping burgers and steaks up on the grill. These are kids and they're cooking steaks? Willy-nilly? Rave lets us nip off. British. Like, dude, I've been to some of these things. Burgers I can't believe, but that's highly debatable. But steaks? No. They're not cooking steaks out there. Oh my god, that shit is delicious. My friend Dan has lived down the street from me our whole lives. Essentially, we have known each other since elementary school. Dan is fat but funny, so it's tolerable. He comes up to me and quietly says that he wants to go home. Try to tell me what is up, but he doesn't give me a straight answer. I'm sure he was spooked by the farmhouse like I was. Eating jello off of Lolly's stomach, so I don't really give a shit. Today was a good day after all. Brought lots of cut wood, bro number 2, and I got some bonfire going. The light of the bonfire illuminates someone fucking walking towards us in the desert. They aren't even walking along the direction of the road. Everyone essentially shits their pants, turning the music off and scrambling thinking it's an axe murder or even worse, a cop. It is just this fucking dude in a hoodie, walking in the middle of a pitch black desert. Somewhat drunk and confused in the light of the strange circumstances, we are relieved that it's someone relatively friendly from our age, maybe no older than 20. We tell him he scared the shit out of us and asked him what he was doing out here. Hiking. You know how creepy that is, someone asks, referencing the fact that he was walking around randomly in the deserted plains in the dark by himself. Yeah, he's the creepster. We made several jokes calling him the creepster, but he seemed to like a quiet but good-natured fellow and laughed with us. We asked him to hang out with us and got him a beer. He had a sort of strange mannerisms like a drug burnout and a scar on his mouth like a cleft. Lip scar or something. I'm so fucking stupid. The whole time the hoodie guy is acting in a strange way, like he's waiting at the DMV or sitting in a dentist's office or something. I don't know how else to describe it. I remember thinking that he was just awkward. It starts to sink in that maybe 20 minutes later or something incredibly wrong is going on. So I start to feel panicked. I start to pack away my shit. Past midnight and some people have already left. I tell bro number 2 that we are about to oust this joint and that we should smoke before we hit the road. I tell him to get Dan because he's always down to smoke. Dan is completely missing. Where the fuck is Dan? We asked everyone. We asked them where they last saw him. It's like really hard to parse out this dude's punctuations. We walk around the area with flashlights thinking he had to call his mom, or he pissed his pants, or he was talking or taking a shit in the desert. We blow up his phone with calls and texts to no response. He was not. Bro number 2 and I drive around honking with the brights on, trying to locate him. We have been looking for him for 45 minutes. Dan is gone. We hope and pray that Dan was serious about going home and got a ride with one of the guys who left earlier. Now we really need to leave, right now. We can drop by his house and see if he's there. For some reason, everyone assumes that we take care of Hoodie Guy. They get in their cars and say goodbye. I am the driver, and I would feel like an asshole leaving Hoodie Guy out in the desert. But how would he get home? How did he get out here? How did he get out there? I offered to give him a ride. I'm actually sweating on the trip home. Row number 2 is in the passenger seat. Ask him where he lives. He gives us verbal directions to a street, Palo de la Plata. My stomach drops instantly. That is where the street where both Dan and I live. Row number 2 is a short distance away. Holy fucking shit. We'll stop right there. I've been to practically every town in Nevada. And aside from one place, I think we don't have like Spanish naming themes for roads. That's more of an Arizona thing. Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. So I'm already calling bullshit on all this story. I know it's fake anyways, but it's like this did not come from someone from Nevada. Okay, as we continue. Say nothing, there is no, oh wow, we live there too, or how long have you lived there? The rest of the ride is in silence. We bring him to the major intersection, just a block away from where Dan lives. We drop him off there and he thanks us. We go to Dan's house. His mom, but no Dan. Not wanting to worry her, we don't tell her to call the cops or anything. He must have gone off to party with some other troop. I called Dan in the morning. I think it was one of the most emotional conversations I ever had in my life. I was literally in tears. I don't know why. It wasn't sadness. Dan's story is as follows. He watched us leave the party camp last night. He said goodbye to us. He says that we left abruptly with the hooded guy. Dan, where were you last night? We're gone for at least 2 hours. We spent almost one of those 2 hours looking for you in the desert for your ass. I was there the whole time. No, you weren't. No, you fucking weren't. Did you go take a shit for 2 hours or something? I was there the whole time. Completely without words, I spend a lot of time just sitting in the chair thinking over what happened. Then I get to a call from Bro's house, or Bro number 2. Who was much worse story. Go over there, see Brent. Brent was one of the guys. He keeps saying guys as gays. Or he keeps saying guys. Yeah, saying guys as gays. Really, or it's slightly more real than Ohio. That isn't real. Quick gaslighting us. Fuck you. It's just nothing happens here. Except a bunch of Mormons got together and somehow made the most evil city on earth. Alright. Completely without words. I spent a lot of time just sitting in the chair thinking about what happened. Then I get a call from Bro 2, who has a much worse story. We go over to see Brent. Brent was one of the guys who was at the camp party. He brought the chicks. The chicks were over there too when we went to see him. They say we never looked for Dan. They say that Dan was never missing. He was there the whole time, and that we left before he did. They say that we arrived with the hooded guy, that he was with us in our car when we got there. I tried to calm down and explain to them that was impossible. We arrived with Dan. Why did you call him the creepster then? I asked her. I don't know, he was really quiet and had a weird scar. No, you fucking saw him walk out of the desert. He walked out of the pitch black desert. We were fucking there. Road number 2 and I are yelling at the top of our lungs. They don't seem to understand what we were so upset about. They keep telling us to calm down. They do not remember how strange it was that he was there in the middle of the desert. He came with you. Dan does not really ever hang out with anyone, Dan does not really ever hang out with us anymore. He was always a fun guy to be around. His mom says he's going through some personal struggles. Since March 2012, He doesn't really talk to me or bro number 2 anymore. Sometimes I wonder if my friends have some sort of amnesia or collective blocking. Sometimes I wonder what happened to Dan when he was gone for 2 hours. Sometimes I wonder if the hooded guy was actually a fucking human being. That one drew me out a lot because there were so many issues in that. Also, goddammit, Gord, you double rainbow goatsy in the chat. Can't believe this. Yeah, that took me out a lot because, again, it just outed the person that's British as nip off. Just weird. Shower, goes canoeing. Pizza, Ria, Metro, went to a cabin. Hospital, Guatemala, home. That sounds interesting. Ooh, honey, I'm home. Hey guys, this happened to me last night and I haven't been able to sleep since. I was hesitant to post about it in X because I believe because I've been looking for some sort of explanation or something. Trying to see if if what I saw was outside now that it's lights out. But I cannot, and it's scaring the shit out of me. I usually just frequent B, music, and lit. So excuse me if this is something you guys have some explanation for already. Please just tell me there's a realistic explanation for this and that what happened is common. I'm fucking terrified. Get home from work. It's almost midnight. When the door opens, the home security thing does the high-pitched beep 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 chime. In my kitchen, eating late dinner before going to bed. Hear the door open and the home thing go beep beep beep, but it definitely sounds like it came from outside. Sitting right by the back door, so I go check the front door. Front door has a screen door, a wood door that leads to a small entry room, then a second door inside that leads to the stairs into the house. These are loud ass old doors. Did not hear a screen door open. Did not hear the main door open or main door close, but did hear a second door open. Door is still double locked. No doors are open. Nobody is standing outside. Okay, maybe it was the neighbor's door. Maybe they have the same system. Hear it again. Sounds like it's coming from outside of the house or the front of the house. Look out the window. Looks like a deer is crawling up on the yard with its belly on the ground. Stands up on its back legs. Makes the door opening beeping sounds with its head raised in the air. It is not a deer. Looks like a guy with deer legs. Too dark to see what the fuck is going on. I'm home. I'm home. Sounds like a dog barking, I'm home, while trying to vomit. Starts galloping away across the street. Beep, beep, beep. Starts shaking. It's raining out at the time. The thing opens its mouth and holds its head up. The thing starts digging furiously at the grass across the street with its front arm leg things. Puts its head near the hole like it's going inside. Keeps walking down the street. Beep, beep, beep. I'm home. Puts head back to drink rain. Digs at the ground. Keeps doing this down the block before galloping away down a division away from the city. I do not live in a rural area. The deer population typically starts or stays down towards Melrose Park, off by Thatcher by the river. I live just outside of Chicago, literally a block west of the city limits. I have never seen anything like this, or heard anything like this. I'm fucking shitting myself right now. I was going to post this story on B, but I avoid B like the plague unless I'm bored. It's summertime and I'd like just to... I just get memed on the left and right. This seems like paranormal than anything else. I've been Googling for similar stories and trying to find some sort of typical scientific explanation for this sort of thing, but I can't even find a similar story. My instinct is crazy homeless guy, but it's got legs bent back like a deer's. It was not built like a human being. It was definitely not wearing clothes. It looked like it had a full body fur. I don't use drugs. I was not tired. I was 100% lucid, and I'm fucking horrified. Please say there is a common explanation for shit like this. Me and my skinwalker practicing our 60s family sitcom routine. God damn. Every fucking time. Alrighty. Let's find another one. That was interesting, though. Unique little beastie and everything. Russian. Little target practice. Titan ceiling fan. Not green, but little creepy. Hoodie guy. Shorts. Books. Help someone move. See about that. It's just a satyr? Satyrs are alcoholics. They don't drink rainwater. Something came into my town during a storm yesterday. Hello, guys. Living with folks in town near Chicago. Not a complete neat yet. Do contract work as a network technician while studying at a local college. Mom works for a small telephone and internet company as a secretary. Small as in like 4 people. I know the owner pretty well. He'll often hire me for jobs. Nice guy. Get a call on Tuesday. Maybe they're moving to a different office and need some networking gear organized to put into the storage unit until tomorrow. It's paid and I have nothing better to do since chickenpox is taking all my work away. I agree. Next day, it's raining. Get a call from boss that suggests I wait for it to let up so the boxes don't get soaked. Wait a while, rain lets up a bit, I head out. Get there and start loading boxes into my mom's Ford since it's bigger than my car. Take them to a storage unit and get them nice and organized. Storage complex is in between highway and about an acre of forested area. I worked at UPS for 2 years, this is nothing. Make a few runs, unit is looking nice. While partway through, with my third, the rain picks up like crazy. It had been raining all day, and we'd been getting flooded, but this is really heavy. Can't get boxes boxes from my car until rain or the unit in this rain, so I get comfy inside the unit, put on some jazz, don't judge me, and start working on fixing a MacBook for another client. Work about 2 hours while I wait for the rain to clear up. It's cozy. Just keeps getting worse. It's not very cold, though only about 3 in the afternoon, so I'm fine hanging out. Finished with the Mac a while ago, so now I'm just chilling. Then I start hearing smashing from nearby. Sounds like something hitting metal. Car crash on a nearby highway? No, it's coming from the other direction. Really don't want to go out and get wet. Whatever, some asshole probably dropped something. This is like a public area, like 200 feet from busy highway. It's raining, but it's still in the middle of the day. I even saw other people earlier. Zero fear. Keep working, keep hearing various banging noises. I'm going to feel like a real cunt if I find out tomorrow that someone was hurt out there and I didn't bother checking. Fucking fine, I'll check. Rain has let up a bit, but it's still pouring. Head out, round corner, looking for noise. Notice massive hole in the fence leading to the little forest area. See something white moving near the dumpster by the fence. It's cum. Should be wearing glasses, but I lost them a month ago and haven't bought new ones because poor. Been 1/100th of a second thinking, is that a big garbage bag under the dumpster? That's not a garbage bag. Garbage bags don't have arms. They don't click either. Let me make something clear. I've never read Skinwalker in a Woods stories on here for a long time, and I know all the tropes. This had none of them. It was in the middle of the day. I'm not in some deep forest or ancient tunnel or abandoned farmhouse. I'm in the middle of a small town and hear traffic on the highway just 300 feet away. I didn't smell any rotting blood or stop hearing the wind or anything. I didn't sense it. Didn't feel a sense of unease or nervousness at all. This was not this was not a horror setting I expected it. Still not convinced I'm in danger, just confused. Try to get a closer look at the thing, maybe 150 feet away from it. Can see what looks like a big bag of skin under there, but there's these massive white spikes poking out from under it. Keep hearing clicking. Hello? Who's that? Immediately regret making yelling out. Why do you put making there? Could just be immediately regret yelling out. Why would I do that? This is some kind of thing I get mad at people for in other green text doing. Typewriter, garbage bag, thing must have heard me. Something big squeezes out from underneath the dumpster. Massive pile of skin, spiky bits, at least 4 feet tall. It stands, in quotes, up. It is now taller than me. At least 6'5". Looks like if you took a spider, reversed its body, made it pale white, and slapped big pointy arms on it. It has a pointy and angular body of like a crayfish or a spider, but clearly fleshy instead of hands or hard except for the tips of the arms and legs. The face is smooth and flat except for a slit on each side of its head and recessed at the bottom of the little moving things. I didn't get a good look at it. I think they looked like a crayfish mouth parts. Even from where I am, I can tell it's covered by tons of scratches and bruises. The creature is clearly not happy. It doesn't seem to mind the rain, but every time there's thunder, it flinches hard. It also seems to be spitting up a large amount of water from its mouth. I can hear it fucking clicking louder now. Not like a bat or dolphin though. It sounded more like a typewriter or someone flicking a lighter. Start freaking out internally. This is not possible. I live in a decently sized city. No forests or swamps or deserts. Whatever this is to hide in. The forest nearby is an acre wide. You'd be able to see through it if not for the little hill in the middle. It doesn't give a shit if it's possible. It's moving towards me. Thankfully, it doesn't seem very fast. Quickly think, I don't know what this is. I have no weapons. And my car is 100 feet away around the corner. I don't know how fast or dangerous this thing is. Start slowly backing away. Too scared to let it out of my sight. Yelling progressively louder, hoping someone will hear me. Hello? Hello, help? Anyone help, please? I start moving faster, clicking more rapidly. It moved like some sort of crab, with the 6, I think, legs at the bottom, moving it around while the two armed things were raised up like claws. Try to move faster to get away, but I'm still too terrified to turn away from it. End up awkwardly backwards running into a concrete bollard and fucking up my back. It's moving really quick now, about 20 feet away from me. Absolutely terrified, but I grab a loose piece of asphalt and get ready to try and smash it in the weird mouth parts. Suddenly a loud truck horn on the highway nearby. It starts flinching. Take a chance to cower it out. Throw a rock at its head, miss, and haul ass away. Eventually reach the row of storage units my car is in. Get in, start the engine, peel the fuck out. Get out of storage complex. No time for codes. Instead, I do something incredibly stupid. Hop out of my car, scale the fence, and start running across busy highway into a fucking graveyard. This is where most of the green text ends. Instead of turning into another green text, the graveyard was fine. I ran to the nearby church. Little parish office lady let me in. Let me see or use her phone to call the police. Obviously, I didn't tell them I saw a fucking skin spider monster, but someone with guns needs to get there ASAP. I tell them I saw a shifty-looking man waving a pistol around at the self-storage center. I waited at the chapel for one to arrive and thanked the lady. The cop asked me some questions and I gave him vague answers. Didn't need to lie about fucking up my back by backing up in a concrete bollard, though apparently cops found nothing there. There was another guy in the storage area at the time who heard me scream but wasn't able to find me before I ran out from there. And that's about it for that one. Real jazz posting hours. Damn right. Jazz music. Jazz music. Let's see. That one? We'll read that one later. This one. Aaron protects the farm. Out a bit. I'll have to scroll around. Alrighty. This one is a personal and happened to me about 8 years ago. It's something made up campfire story, but I figure I'll still post it here since this thread is empty. I'm a pretty slow typer, blah blah blah. Be about 16 at the time. Working as a farmhand during the summer to make some extra cash. Get room and board, so I also live at the farm at this time. This is Nebraska, by the way. Anyways, first 3 weeks go by smoothly. Simple but tedious work. One day, the farmer, his name is John, comes up to me. John says, "Hey, Adnan, I think someone is fucking around in the field at night. I found some corn stalks trampled, torn up, and thrown all over the place for the past 2 days. You think you could just watch the field for tonight? Make sure no one comes back? I'll even give you tomorrow off." Kinda excited for guard duty, and really excited to get that tomorrow off. Later that night, before I head out to the field, John gives me his shotgun. Tells me to, if I see them, just scare them off. Don't shoot anyone unless I absolutely have to. That he'll come running if he hears a shot. Dead on lawn chair next to the field. Do a couple rounds, get bored real quick. About halfway through the night, hear giggling coming from the corn. Sound of children giggling. Eventually work up the nerve to walk to the edge of the field, shotgun in hand, and yell in my best intimidating voice, "Y'all leave here, never come back, or there'll be trouble." There's a little bit of rustling. The giggling stops. Work up even more nerve and decide to go in. Rustle up the core and make sure they left. Don't hear anyone giggling anymore. In fact, I don't hear anything anymore. No bugs, no wind, nothing. Dead silence. Hoping to not get children of the corn, I get out of there, praying that the child giggling didn't start back up again. I make it out of the cornfield and, still not hearing any giggling, take it that whoever was in there ran off. I didn't check the entire field, but whatever. Adequacy achieved. Dawn comes. See John. Tell him what I heard. We walk through the field together. Everything seems fine. Go back to the house and take a much-needed rest. Wake up that afternoon and head downstairs. John is outside talking to the sheriff. John's wife tells me that while the field was fine, someone stuck into the farm and killed one of the cows. Go out, talk to John and the sheriff about what I heard, and go see the cow myself. Full-scale mutilation. Drain of all blood, missing eyes and organs. Precision surgical cuts all over the body. Sheriff is at a loss. Asks us if we knew anyone who could have done this. John pipes up and through some sort of Olympian-level mental gymnastics, tells us it's still probably just some asshole kids. The sheriff and I are less convinced. Regardless, the sheriff takes his word for it and leaves. John tells me that we both are going to a stake out tonight, with me watching the cornfield and him watching the barn. Seems like a bad idea, but okay. That night, I take the shotgun, he takes the rifle, and we both report to our designated spots. I've got a bad feeling about this. I sit on my lawn chair and wait. Hours later, giggling starts back up. Corn starts rustling. I, very timidly, yell for whoever was out there to identify themselves. Instantly regret that. Out of the corn walks a 7-foot-tall hominid with antlers. Very bestial looking face with a snout. Appeared with what appeared like a shit-eating grin. Large claws and occasional spike jutting out from seemingly random places on it. Oh god, oh fuck. Fire a shot at it. In fear, fall over in my chair. Pick myself up and start booking it to the barn. We're talking Usain Bolt levels of speed here. Still, I can hear the thing chasing after me. Trip over a gopher hole. Fucking gophers. I just go into a fetal position and start screaming. Not my proudest moment. I can hear John finally get his ass out of the barn, start yelling and firing some shots. I black out. Wake up the next morning in the house, with John, his wife, his daughter, and the sheriff standing over me. John told the sheriff that some sort of random schmuck attacked me. I tell the sheriff that it was dark and I couldn't ID the guy, so he leaves. Once I am feeling better, John takes me back and confirms I'm not crazy. He says that once he got out of the barn, he saw the creature on all fours leaning over me. He yelled at it and fired all 6 shots at it before it got back up on its two legs and ran through the field into the nearby woods. Oddly enough, his description was different from mine, in that he said the creature had bumpy bulbous heads, or had a bumpy bulbous head instead of an animal-like snout. After this, we searched the farm for any clues. We find white viscous liquid all over the property. Assume it's some kind of blood. It's cum. After this, we all go on full alert. No more being out after dusk, always carrying guns, etc. No more problems for the rest of the summer. I'm still in contact with John today. He's a bit touchy on the issue, but claims he has never seen the creature again, though he will occasionally hear something pacing around the farm at night. Does anyone know what it could be? Try to sketch a picture of it. Generic with a winky face. I mean, what else is it going to be if it's white and viscous? Clearly cum. Ready? Let's do Anon Gets Told a Bedtime Story. Then we'll take another quick break. One day when I'm 12 years old, or so, my mom sits me down to talk to me or talk with me after work. Really strange. She never does this, and it was sort of out of the blue. Tells me she has a story about when she was a kid, and it's going to sound a bit weird. She has to tell someone. I'll take a quick sip. Better. Told her dad, but he since passed away. Someone else has to know. Anyway, story goes, my mom was about my age when she moved into the house with her dad. They were always moving every few years, never stayed in one place for too long. This house is older, in an old part of town, but it's pretty nice. Mom gets the feeling that she's being watched but doesn't tell her dad about it. Many nightmares and has to sleep in bed with her dad a lot, but tries to be brave. Dad doesn't get a lot of sleep either. Mom spends a lot of time home alone because her dad was always busy at work, so she would always take the day to explore the house and the neighborhood, and then barricade herself in her father's room at night, waiting for him to come home at midnight or later. During her daytime exploration, she becomes obsessed with finding secret passageways she had read about in the books, and had a dream about one. Behind the fireplace in the living room, she finds a panel that's loose. She pulls it off, revealing a door. He opens the door, and it opens outward. Steps in. Now this is the part that really hurt her to tell me about. Behind the fireplace was a warm, kind of dark, but there were a few dark alcoves. She's on her hands and knees, looks into one of them, and leaned up against the side of a... She's on her hands and knees, and looks into one of them, and leaned up against the side is a corpse with blood on it. She screams and hits her head on the low ceiling and frantically tries to escape, but the door came in is blocked and by something on the outside. She bangs against the door, but it hardly budges. She's screaming and crying, hyperventilating. My mom is in tears telling me this story, and she never cries. I'm shaken up. Turns around and sees the outside, turns around and sees the outline of the corpse in the dark, still sitting there propped up against the wall. Mom can't escape, and it is certain she's going to die. Starts hitting her elbows against the wall and even smashes her head against the door. She's absolutely losing it. She is trapped in here for hours, as the sun goes down and all remaining light disappears. Somewhere in there is the corpse. Outside, she hears the back door unlock and her dad walk inside. She starts screaming and pounding on the door, and her dad rushes over to the fireplace. A heavy scraping sound, and she shoves the door open, and he pulls her out. She's absolutely stunned. Mom is crying as she points into the hidden room and describes the body to her dad and how she was trapped in there. She looks over and sees that somehow someone had dragged the safe her dad had in front of the door while she was in without her hearing. Her dad hugs her tight and grabs a flashlight and crawls into the opening. He shines it in and explores for a while. There's nobody in here, and he explains that to my mom. Tells him that it was there, and he believes her. He tells her he saw something strange once. Somehow the corpse had disappeared. He assures her that he will sell the house soon. They will move out in a week. Closes the door and puts the panel back. Nails the door shut and moves the safe in front of it. That night, the two of them don't sleep. Grandpa arranges to pick up my mom and bring to work. One of his asshole managers won't let him bring her on days he's supervising, which is a 3-week. Just cuts off there. After school one day, my mom spends the entire time locked in her dad's room doing homework. She hears the sound of a pop and something unlatches behind her. The panel on the wall next to the father's bed had swung open, like the door had creaked before it hit the wall. Mom is scared but curious, grabs a flashlight and leans over the bed and peers into space. It's a doorway, or this doorway is almost as tall and as wide as her dad, but it leads into a short, narrow hallway with a steep stairs at the end. She is too scared to explore, so she is about to reach for the panel to close it when pounding on her father's door starts. The door starts shaking as if it's about to give way. He runs into the opening and slams the hidden door behind her. Trapped in the darkness, save for the flashlight beam. Here's a crack and the bedroom door breaks open. Heavily slow footsteps in the room that pace around the bed. Back again before settling next to the hidden door. Mom retreats slowly back up the stairs at the end of the passage. This leads to her to a crawl space area above the second floor, and she follows one of the paths leading towards her room. She goes along, notices little vents and openings that one could peer out. Finally, she reaches the area above her room. She sees her bed in plain view. If someone was up here, they could have easily watched her without her seeing them. The house had an ornate woodwork, and this peephole was hidden up there somewhere on the molding. She's paralyzed by the fear of whatever is in her father's bedroom. She stays there for some time. She said it about an hour. The back door unlocks and her father walks up the stairs to find his bedroom door broken. He panics and shouts for my mom. She answers but is muffled by the crawl space, but is muffled as she crawls the way. Excuse me. She answers, but it's muffled, and she crawls back the way she came. Opens the hidden door and steps out to her shocked father. Explains what happened to him. He examines the passages and is deeply disturbed. That night he quits his job as they won't let him take the night off. Nowhere for them to stay until the house is sold and there is a freezing cold out and snowing. They call the police to report the intrusion, but the police are busy with other things at the moment and promise to send an officer as soon as possible. Grandpa decides out of desperation to try spending the night at the neighbors. The two of them dress up in warm clothes and gather bags to spend the night. By now, there's a foot or two of snow as they walk to the neighbor's house. Grandpa knocks on the door, but nobody answers. Rings the doorbell and no response. Heads to the next house. Nobody answers. Then the next. Crosses the street and tries 5 different houses. Both are panicking and starting to freeze. They head back and spend the night in his car when they approach it. All the windows have been smashed. Terrified and nearly freezing, they head back inside. Grandpa's door is busted, so they spend the night in my mom's room. Moves her dresser to the front of the door as he locates the peephole and stuffs them full of cotton. Two of course, never sleep. They take turns reading a book, waiting for the sun to rise. Until late in the night, they hear something scraping against the floor downstairs. It's the safe. It's being pushed along the floor. The two look at each other, and Grandpa hugs her tightly. They both have tears in their eyes, and Grandpa runs over to grab a knife he had on the table. Then they hear the creaking noise as the thing walks up the stairs and slowly towards Mom's room. Mom is shaking and silently sobbing, while her dad holds her tight. Thing tries slamming the door, absolutely wailing on it. Grabs Mom and runs over to the window and pulls it open and looks below. Not too big of a fall, but there's 2 feet of snow that's built up there. Grabs Mom, and the two of them look at the door as it shakes and is hit. Holds her tight and jumps into the snow pile, landing on his feet very hard. Curses in pain and looks as a final crash heard. Figure moves into view and stands by the window. It's the corpse my mother had seen, but with a new life in it. Blood dripping down it. Eyes appear to be missing, just dark sockets. Tilts his head to one side and looks down at them. Grandpa runs as fast as he can through the snow while carrying Mom. Keeps going for blocks and blocks and the shallower snow in the road. Eventually reaches downtown and runs into a convenience store. Begs the manager and he agrees to let them spend the night in the store. Two of them fall asleep in the back office. In the morning, Grandpa decides nobody can live in the evil house. Returns to his home and torches it. Burns down entirely save for the foundation. The fireplace and the secret room built behind it, all brick. He made it look like an accident, and the inspectors buy it. Police are a bit suspicious because the call to the police the night before, the broken glass on his car, but decide it's not worth their time. Not like he's trying insurance fraud or anything, and he's an outstanding citizen. Two of them move away and live with family after that. Grandpa passed away not too long ago. Mom takes me to see the site of the house house a week later. Somebody had rebuilt it around the brick foundation. Bursts into tears and drives away. Never talks about it again. Now after writing all of this, I have to add that little 12-year-old me was very skeptical of paranormal and even of this. She told the story so well that I had to wonder if she was somehow pulling my leg. She'd never done anything like that to me though. To this day it sounds too much like a movie, yet she swore to me that it happened and was so disturbed by it. That was a really good story, I gotta say. A really good one. Simple. Slightly less believable with like the stairs in the wall and whatever, but it was an interesting read. Alrighty. We are on the hour 2 mark. I'm going to take another break to rest my voice, get your drink situated, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back for more. How are you guys holding up in chat? If you guys are still alive. Any case, we still gotta find more stories. Found a really, really long one. That's a taxi driver. Dead of slept. Shoutouts to the people who gets that reference. Give a hint. It's a Simpsons parody. Weird shit of Maine. Maine taxi guy. Alrighty. Chapter 1. Skinwalker Reservation. Get home late one night after working at the bars. Check email at Central. Has me scheduled for a weekend booking in the western part of the state. This is actually a sequel to a series we've done previously. We did the Maine taxi driver. I think that was our first or second one. Either way, this is a returning story that's got new content to it. Just want to throw that back out there. Check email Central over. Okay, fine. Didn't want to clean up at Puke this weekend anyways. Clean an upscale or clean up Escalade for airport pickup. 3 dudes from out west coming in. They have English names, even though they were clearly Native Americans. So let's call them Jeff, Carl, and Ryan. Arrive at airport, stand at escalator with my sign with Jeff's name on it because he's the one who set up the booking. 3 clearly native dudes come down the escalator. I'm expecting dances with Wolves, Eagle, Shadow, and Split Arrow for names. Nope, Jeff, Carl, and Ryan. This is fine then. Load their luggage, that is just some canvas sacks, and a big wooden trunk. Trunk is heavy as fuck. On the way there, or way up there, they tell native jokes. And make fun of the way we drive in Maine. Herder cars instead of horses. Now if you don't know, there's only one road that goes to the northwestern portion of the state of Maine. Northwestern corner of the state is literally devoid of human development. Straight up Bear Grylls territory. Now if you don't know, there are only one road in far western. Yeah, we already got that. Jeff tells me to head towards Jackman, and he'll tell me where to turn off before we get there. Drive for a long time. Almost up to Canadian border, and he tells me to turn off at a muddy, dirty road. Gauge 4x4 mode. Escalade goes full beast mode as we head down what feels like a logging road. Sure enough, I have to pull over and a logging truck passes. Truck drivers is all like, what the fuck is an Escalade doing here? Carl explains the loggers are coming into their tribe's territory and they have repeatedly ignored the warnings about staying off their land. Ryan laughs. We continue up the logging road until we pass the loggers' camp. Just a bunch of trailer trash mobile homes parked in a row with a big ass generator feeding all the trailers. Beer cans everywhere. Jeff sighs, seeing the mess, and directs me to speed up. I do, but only so much. The mud makes driving a bit difficult because the huge logging truck ruts in the roads. Escalade slides a bit for the turns, and the guys think it's cool that we're driving in a luxury SUV. Me, not so much. We come up to the clearing that leads to the large cattle ranch style fence. Fence is maybe 10 or 12 feet high. Reminds me of the old western movie Fort Wall thing, which is called a palisade. I remember this one actually at Spooky Dookie. Yeah, it's a bunch of like little spooky vignettes. Alright, Jeff tells me to stop before we get to the fence. Ryan and Carl get out, and Jeff and I stay in the SUV. Ryan walks up to the wall, looks like he's talking to it. Carl stands in front of the SUV with his arms crossed and his legs spread like he's a karate master trying to show off. I pick up my phone and message Central, but there's no signal. Great, now I'm going to get scalped and I can't even tell anybody about it. Just notices me waving the phone around for signal. No signal out here, Dave. We brought our satellite phone though. Mind if I use it? Just to let my boss know I'm safe. Sure, we need to call our wives and tell them we made it too. You're welcome to use it after us. Thanks, Jeff. No problem. Just be quiet for a while doing their thing, okay? I'll let you know when it's okay to talk. Tribe doesn't like the white devil? Something like that. Jesus, could you be more ominous? Cross my arms and wait for whatever is going to happen next. As soon as I do, the fence opens up. This part is kind of weird because the fence doesn't look like it has a hinge to open on, but it opens just as wide for the Escalade to get in. Carl steps onto the road, running board, and holds onto the luggage rack. Go ahead, Carl knows what he's doing. Ryan hops on just as we pass by the fence. He rides the same way Carl does. We travel onto the wagon trail. Trees are framing either side of us. I can see a clearing up ahead. We drive into the old-time log cabin community. Solar panels and water wheels seem to feed the town. Stream run by the village. Dogs and kids are running around. A bunch of people wearing flannel shirts, jeans, stop and watch us drive in. Everyone is super duper native. Jeff tells me to pull up to the cabin nearest the entrance to the village. Carl and Ryan jump off as we come to a stop. Jeff tells me to stay in the SUV until he comes and gets me. I shrug and put the Escalade in park. Jeff, Carl, and Ryan go into the cabin. I recline the seat and put my hands behind my head. I wake up to Jeff tapping at my window. It's dark now. The radio clock says it's been about 4 hours. Goody, my back is going to love me for sleeping in the SUV. Dave, come on out. Get out of the Escalade and Jeff takes me into the cabin. I get out of the Escalade and Jeff takes me into the cabin. The cabin is maybe a 3-bedroom. There's a young guy with short hair sitting at the dinner table. He remains stone silent as I enter. Jeff tells me to sit. Brandon and Carl are by the windows, looking out towards the tree line behind the cabin. Dave, this is Ben. The young guy sits up and extends his hand to me. Nice to meet you, I'm Dave. Same to you, Ben. I shake his hand, and we talk for a bit about who I work for, how I feel about native land rights. Ben nods, Jeff, and they both get up from the table. I start to get up, but Ben puts his hand on my shoulder and shakes his head. You're here for the weekend. We have strict rules about whites in the village, and I can't have you walking around. Jeff tells me you're a smoker. You have permission to leave the cabin and smoke by your truck. Other than that, you're to stay here and wait for Monday. Look over to Jeff, who shrugs. Fair enough, it's your village. I'm just a driver. Ben nods to me as he, Jeff, and Ryan and Carl head towards the door. You're a good man, David. Trust you obey my wishes. Give him a thumbs up and get up from the table. Ben, Ryan, Jeff, and Carl leave. Great, now I'm just stuck at the cabin all weekend. The cabin has indoor plumbing, a fridge, radio, plenty of books. No TV. Perfect. Bored out of my head and trapped in a tinderbox. Step out into the front for a cigarette and notice that the kids, the dog, and the people are all inside. Just me and the SUV out here. I go back and lay down the biggest bed in the place. Well, it's not so bad. Wake up a little before dawn to the sound of coyotes howling nearby. That's a fun noise. They're loud and annoying, so I go to the window and see what the problem is. I'm just going to have to put this out there. Coyotes aren't native to Maine, but alright. I see 3 or 4 guys on horses with torches chasing the coyotes towards the loggers' camps. Well, that's weird. I figure it's them trying to chase off the loggers. Oh, I'm up now. Brew myself a pot of coffee, using their old-timey stovetop coffee maker. Wait for the sun to come up. Step out onto a porch again to have a smoke. Kids are outside, lugging firewood. The dogs are gone. The adults are milling about gathering eggs or whatever natives do. I sip my coffee and smoke. The day goes by uneventful. That night, I hear coyotes again. I get up and go to the window, but it's really dark. No moon, I guess. Probably rain clouds. Get my phone and turn on the flashlight. Holy fucking shitballs! I turn the flashlight on, and there's a dude standing outside my window. He's looking at me, and the color of his eyes are gone. Like, his eyes are rolled in the back of his head. I jump back from the window and rush out of the room. I shut the door behind me and go into the bathroom where there aren't any windows. I wake up in the morning in the tub. Definitely wasn't a dream. I'm not nuts enough to sleep in the tub for the hell of it. I get up and go outside for a cigarette. I open the door. Jeff is standing there. I drop the cigarette and lighter and back away from the door. Jeff puts his hands up and steps in. Oh, okay, you need to calm down. Fuck you, I do. One of your buddies was peeping Tomming me with the dead eyes last night. Dave, it was just a precaution to make sure you weren't sneaking out. So a guy stands out my bedroom window, pretending to stare at his own brain? Jeff explains that it was part of a ritual that the guy was making sure I wasn't causing trouble. He was being an ass and rolling his eyes up back to scare me. Well, fuck that guy. Jeff laughs and brews his own coffee for me. It tastes orgasmic. He smokes with me outside, and I feel better about what happened. Ryan and Carr come back to the SUV, take the big trunk from the back. Ben stops by and apologizes for the freakout, but assures me that no harm was intended. I trade jabs with him about culture, and we end up laughing before we parting ways. He tells me there's a thunderstorm due tonight. Now he needs to keep an extra pair of panties handy in case I get scared. Har har. No kids today, at all. Just women folk milling around the village. After dark, I step out for a smoke. Notice a huge bonfire down by the stream. Too far away to see anything, but what I can see is a bunch of dead coyotes in the fire. Purify the land, I guess. I go in for the night. I hang a blanket over the window this time, in case the stalker shows up. I lay down and assure myself that this is last night of this shit. I wake up at around 2 a.m. My phone's charger is cutting out, making phone flash on and off, and the power is interrupted. A crash! A thundercloud brings me up out of bed. The flashing outside is like camera flashes. The brunt of the storm is upon this village. I've seen a thunderstorm before, but this shit was nuts. I get into the fridge and decide to have a couple beers to calm my nerves. It's just native brews in glass jars. Pour into a coffee mug, I've been using and turn the radio on. Radio is fuzzy, but my music and the beer calm me down. Thunder pounds on the village for another hour or so before it moves on. Gets dead quiet for about 10 minutes before I hear gunshots. Gets dead quiet for... Yep, I read that. Set my mug down and step up to the kitchen window. I see lightning bearing down on a logger's camp, at least where I think it is coming from. The gunshots are coming from there too. I listen for a bit and figure they're probably chasing off the coyotes. As I turn around from the window, I hear the handle of the cabin rattle. I pause. I feel my heart rate rise up into my throat. Oh fuck this. It's probably Ben coming to see if I shit myself. I open the door. It's Ben, but he's half naked, covered in tribal paint that's running down his body thanks to the rain. Hey? Ben stares at me for a long moment before turning away from the door and walking into the darkness. Jeff, Ryan, and Carl, and a bunch of other guys walk by the door too, head towards the loggers' camp. I jump out onto the step, but the guy with the rolling eyes shoves me back in the door. He leans in and growls at me. I remain still and bring the door shut, or bring the door around and shut it. He leans back away from the door and lets me shut it. I sit down with my back against the door and proceed to swallow my heart back where it belongs. Stay put, he growls through the door before I hear his boots smack against the gravel near the steps and leaves. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. I fall asleep there and wake up to knocking at the door a little after sunrise. Hey Dave, you up? It's Jeff. I crawl to my feet and open the door. You look like shit. Thanks, can we leave? I ask. Jeff tells me that he's ready, and so are Carl and Ryan. Take a shower, brew some coffee while they load up the SUV, and we say our goodbyes. When I come out of the bedroom with my suitcase, Ben is sitting at the table. Ben turns to me. Thanks for bringing them here. He gets up and leaves. $200 is sitting under my coffee cup. Not worth it. So not worth it. $200 tip, but it's not worth it. Jeff and Carl and Ryan are in the SUV. They'll load my stuff up. As we pass through the gates, smoke pouring from the trees where the loggers' camp was. Swallowed hard. The guys joke about women at the camp being fat and ugly. I stay quiet as we come to the loggers' camp. The trucks are gone. Generator is smoking and half melted. Slow down by one trailer, it has sunk into the mud, almost tipping over. There's a black streak running from the door to the front of the trailer. Jeff tells me to speed up. I pause it, and he nods to me, confirming my wide-eyed expression. We drive a little further, and a tow truck is pulling one of the logging trucks out of the ditch. It went off the road and landed on the cab. Bloody glass everywhere. The cab of the truck is smashed in. The driver is probably crushed to death. I go around the truck. Once we're at the airport, Jeff, Carl, and Ryan get out to help me with the trunk. It smells like ashes and fire now. Ashes and fire. Jeff shakes my hand and leaves. Carl and Ryan do the same. I tell the whole story to Central and they think I had too much peace pipe. Alrighty. That's chapter 1. Need a drinky poo after that. Alrighty. Chapter 2, Murder by Alien Orders. This is what happened recently. Get a call from Central. Guy came in on a bus and needs a ride 3 towns over. Turn down my radio and head over to the bus station. Guy is buying a sandwich and a soda. Looks like an out-of-stater, but whatever. Stone's silent in the back until he unwraps his food. The guy eats like he's never eaten food before. Chugs the soda and tosses the trash out the window. Hey man, littering is illegal here. Got a trash bag, just ask. Okay, my bad. Apologizes and almost immediately falls asleep in the back. Oh boy, here we go. We arrived at the town, and before I can ask him where to drop him off, he wakes up and starts giving me directions. This is a little weird. Directs me up to the lakeside camp, then asks me to come in and help him get a fire started. Pretty uneasy about this point, but I'm a sucker for $20 bills. He and I go in. The lake house is pretty cool. 1 story, 2 bedrooms, fireplace, gas oven, old-timey fridge. He has no idea how to start a fire. I get the fireplace roaring, and he hands me a couple of 20s on top of my fare. Before I go out of the town, Central calls me and tells me to go back. Are you serious? I get back there and he's sitting on the ground by the mailbox. He gets in front of me and asks me to take him into town. It's the same fare because I'm out of town. He agrees and I take him to the McDonald's, the bank, and the hardware store. Takes a really long time at the hardware store. Central is pissed. He comes out with a box full of shit. I joke about him building a second floor. He wants none of it. Not even a chuckle. We get back to the house and he's mowing down the food again, eating like he's starving. He asks me to carry the box in because he's gotta unlock the door. He opens the door. The place is plastered with symbols. Triangles, squares, hexagons, squiggly math symbols. He has me set the stuff on the floor and again tips me on top of the fare. I get back to the service area. Central calls me and explains that he's on the phone asking if I can do a grocery run. Alright, enough. Spent the whole day with this psycho. Cartload of groceries, almost $300 in food. He's nowhere to be found this time. I find a check made out to the company with the cost of the groceries factored into it. The fare, the tip, and my money, again. Get into the car. Cops pull up behind me. Oh, great, this again. Officer McSizzling Bacon asked me to get out of the car and with my hands up. I abide. This dude abides. He frisked me. They searched my car. No guns, no nothing. He shows me a picture of the guy I've been dealing with. I explain what happened. They ask me in the back, or they put me in the back of the cruiser and bust into the house. Next thing I know, McSizzle Bacon gets in and we leave. Am I being charged with anything? Accessory to murder. Fucking say what? Brought to the state police barracks and interrogated. It's not like the movies. I'm sitting at McSizzle Bacon's desk and he writes what I have to say down. No handcuffs either. Really cool shit here in Maine, I guess. McSizzle Bacon shows me a picture of the woman and 2 kids. Don't know them. He asks me about the guy again. This goes on for 2 hours. Finally, McSizzle Bacon loads me up in the cruiser and we head back to my cab. His cell phone goes off and he flips on the blues and answers it. He guns it and he guns it as we are careening. He guns it as we careen towards the bridge connecting mainland to the island nearby. He fast and furiouses his way through a couple intersections. We roll on what looks like a piggy convention on the bridge. He parks below the bridge barrier and Call of Duty's his way to the drunk where he puts on... Okay, he said drunken stuff, trunk. Okay. He parks below the bridge barrier and Call of Duty's his way to the trunk where he puts on his riot gear. Stay in the car. 5 minutes later, SWAT truck shows up. Bang, bang. Yellow smoke rises up over the bridge. Bang, bang, gunshots. McSizzle Bacon comes back, and we head back to the lake house. Free to go. We've apprehended the suspect. Okay, who do I sue for this? Get smart and I'll shut off the dash camera. Put my hands up as he lets me out of the car, and I back my way into the taxi. He backs out, floors it, leaving me. The house is a crime scene. Yo, fuck off tape is all over the place. One officer of duty is hanging out on deck. Nice day for a crime, huh, officer? Move along. I salute and get in my car. The next day I get a call from his attorney. He asked me if the guy has mentioned anything about lights over the lake, or whatever painted those shapes on the walls. Prior to the statements of the police. News story comes across the TV and I'm on the phone. Triple homicide. GF's son, and GF's daughter. Slaughtered like animals. Ask the attorney if we're done. The attorney explains that his guy is suffering from mental issues. And that it's illegal for me to go shooting my mouth off to the media. I explained that his client is crazy asshole and deserves to get the chair. The attorney hangs up. Central tells me McSizzle Bacon called and apologized for his actions. I shrug it off. These are pretty decent. Short. We got a few more of these chapters. About 2 months ago, some kids got picked up by the police trafficking bath salts. Around this time, I started getting more late calls from Cross Street, from Cross Street where the kids were captured. People would get in the car and go to McDonald's or other houses, hotels, anywhere for a while. One night, I showed up early to pick up an older man and take him down to the bar. He turns the yard light on and checks out the window for me. I see him put his jacket on and his hat, and he runs out to the car. He gets in and locks his door. "What's the rush, Chief? Wife don't like you going out?" Snaps from looking out the window to look at me. "Don't hear that?" "Yes." I look around for a minute and shake my head. "Howling?" he asks. I roll down my window a little bit. Sure enough, I hear a low, drawn-out howling in the distance. Just a little louder than the engine of my taxi. He grabs my seat and leans up. "Please, take me to the bar now," he begs. I roll up the window and take him downtown to the bar. He hands me my fare, gets out. He's much more relaxed now. He walks into the bar like he wasn't raving madman earlier. Night goes and on, and I do a few more pickups from Cross Street. Each time I pick up, I roll down the window. The howling is still there. No matter where I pick up, I hear the howling far away from me. No one else brings it up but the old man. Central calls me to go pick up an old guy by the waterfront. He walked down there, I guess. I roll up and he's sitting on one of the benches by the public landing. He sees my headlights against the pole in front of him, stands up. Gets in the car, clearly drunk. Take him home and he sits in the car for a bit. He looks out the window and then back to me. I wait patiently with him. "Thank you," he sighs. He pays me and slowly gets out of the car. I hear him muttering to himself as he gets out of the car. He slams the door shut, staggers up the steps. He stands by the door, and for a moment he goes in. I roll down the window, and the howling is very close now. I roll the window back up, Radio Central, I'm clear. Connection is scratchy, weird, being right, Connection is scratchy, weird for being right in town. I begin to back up. Smack, thump. Fuck me, I ran over somebody. I put the car in park and get out. I run over to the back of the car. "Are you okay?" No one there. Kneel down and look at the car. I see a shadow of legs on the other side of the car. "Hey man, I'm sorry I don't find anyone standing over there." I begin to make my way back to the open driver's door. I notice that howling has stopped. I pause and I look around and I hear footsteps coming from around the back of the cab. "Right, did I hurt you?" I ask, and I turn around. No one's there. My skin starts standing up on its end. I get into the car. Shut the doors, and I lock the doors. Back up slowly, but my headlights don't pick up movement. Stop again. Look around. Maybe some teenagers are fucking with me. Put my arm over the seat, and there's a shadowy figure in my back seat. Slam on the brake, hard this time, and put the car into park. I open the door and jump out. The figure is faceless. It sits there for a moment before evaporating into nothing. I hear footsteps again behind me. Turn around and face them. A pair of eyes are headed towards me in the darkness. Golden eyes, like a cat staring into a flashlight or something, but at human height. I back up against the car, then slide back into the driver's seat. Back up, out of the driveway, leave as fast as I can, tires squeaking low as I leave. A radio to Central and Cross Street that is off limits for me tonight. Every time I picked up on that street since, I hear the howling in the distance. I don't go looking for it anymore. And that's the end of that part. That time of year again? Already? Yes, it is. Step on the gas. Step on the brakes. Also, hi, Cal. See you about. It's just the furry gathering. That's right, Gourd Fox. All right. Gourd Fox. No idea what you're talking about, Gourd. Fox. Brown bricks in Minecraft. Alrighty. Also, you have Fox in your name, so you know. Knowing it's half the battle. Libel. Slander. Shenanigans. Alright. Part 4, and I think this is the final part for the... Nope, we got one more part after that. Alright. The Halloween tree. This past Halloween, I have no kids. My nieces and nephews are too old for anything I need to attend to feel like part of the family. Central has me booked for the night running trick-or-treaters all over town. It's a fun gig. I have a CD with Halloween music on it and I play it through the night. I used to dress up, but it's kind of overkill these days, when the kids just want candy. Get a call to pick up just outside of town. Woman and her son are coming in for some edible loot. Roll up to the house and the lights are off like nobody's home. Record my run on my log and wait. Sure enough, this goblin-looking thing pops up in my window screaming its head off. I jump back from the glass, but it's just a kid. He's maybe 8 years old. Points and laughs as his mom gets in the back. He follows from the driver's side passenger door. I got you, I scared you! I laugh and agree, you sure did, kid. She jokingly scolds him for scaring people. I'm cool with whatever. We head into town. They point out the houses. I stop. Both get out and run up to the house and do the trick-or-treating thing. I keep track of the stops. We're about midway from the track to the street that everyone goes to. The kid asks me to come along. Mom agrees. What the hell, I need to stretch my legs. We get out at the next few houses. I decide to chat with the mom. She's kind of cute. Finally arrived at the spot for the Halloween candy. Front Street. There's too many kids, and adults drive down the street. Cops have it all blocked off. Mom and son get out. Son taps on my window and asks if I can go. Mom shrugs. I radio Central that I'm getting out for a bit. I lock up the cab and we go. This whole place reminds me of the opening of Michael Myers' movie. Walk along talking to the mom about raising kids. Let's call the kid Junior. Junior does a heavy lifting of this adventure and bum rushes each house for their sugary loot. Mom and I are talking. Kid goes missing. Fuck. I noticed it first. Mom starts panicking. You know I should have kept him close. I step up to the last house we were at. They point up the street. Take Mom and we rush to the next house. He was a few houses ahead, surprisingly. We get to one house, no lights, nobody outside. We knock on the door, and an old woman answers. She complains about the knocking and says she doesn't do Halloween. She shuts the door in my face, and I return to Mom. No dice, Junior hasn't been here. Pulls out her phone and dials 911. Put my hand over it and point towards the backyard of the house. His street pail is on the ground just out before the street lights end. We rush to the back corner of the house. Junior is out playing around with some other kids. Hey mama, come meet my friends! Junior waves over. A little girl and two boys have been out here with him. They're playing on an old tire swing tied to a huge oak tree. Pretty dark behind the house, but I can't make out their faces in the dark, and they're having a good time. Mom joins in for a moment before I remind her that this isn't public property. Junior frowns and hugs onto the little girl. I don't want to go. Mom takes him by the hand and says that his friends can come along until we find their parents. The kids travel with us for a bit. Two boys are dressed like ninjas. They're a little older than Junior. The girl is dressed up like a witch, but with no hat. We stay close to them this time. Trick-or-treating ends on this street. We head back to the cab. No signs of their parents. No one is looking for them. Police on the street radio to dispatch, and dispatch reports no missing kids. I sit down with the kids by the police cruiser while the cop takes down their information. The little girl stays close to Junior, and the two boys pretend to sword fight with their fake ninja swords. Mom makes phone calls to see if her friends recognize them. Old woman from the house steps up to me. She looms over me for a minute before I stand up. She shakes her head disapprovingly, and the little girl begins to cry, and she stands up and begins walking away. Two boys stop fighting and wave goodbye. Or wave goodbye to Junior, and they start walking away too. The old woman turns and begins to walk away. Cop gets out of his cruiser and questions her for a minute. They're mine, the old woman growls. She scoffs at the cop's next question and leaves. He follows her and spins her around. She smacks him in the She smacks his hand and they exchange some words I can't hear over the exhaust of the cruiser I'm standing by. She shakes her head and walks away from him again. He returns to us adjusting his hat. She's their grandmother. They were supposed to be in bed. I look at my watch and 7 p.m. We've been here for a couple hours. I explained the situation and he shrugs. So you're just gonna let some old lady take these kids because she said she could? Hey, I didn't give you any grief for your lost kid. Mom and I follow the old lady back to the house. I knock on the door as she answers it. She slams the door this time once she sees it's me. Mom and I decide to give up after that. Junior, however, leans over to the side of the front porch and waves to the backyard. Mom and I lean over the railing too, but there's nothing there in the back. They went home. They went home. Let's go home too. Look at her and she looks at me. Night goes smoothly. Junior takes 2 buckets of candy home with him and is tuckered out. Junior falls asleep in the back. Mom asks me about the house and the kids, and I tell her I've never been there before. She calls around on her ride home. She explains that the old lady inherited the house when she was a little girl. And that's all that anybody knows about the house. I shrug it off. It didn't occur to me that until last night, when I dropped off the trick-or-drinkers just down the street from the house that Junior wasn't waving to the tree. I still check that house when I'm on Front Street, see if any of those kids are around. No luck. Don't know where they went. They're not at that house anymore. The old lady is, though. And these are interesting yet slightly tame stories, except for like the bloodiness in the Skinwalker one, but yeah, this little group is kind of interesting. Alright, last one for this, then we'll take another short break. Alrighty. This has been an unseasonably warm December. It snows, but it melts off in a few days or less. Fog everywhere, thick fog too. Nights have been so bad, we had to limit our service area just after dark for about an hour. Central calls and tells me to pick up at a local supermarket. Roll up. There's an old lady there. Not quite as old as or Marceline. But up there in the blue hair territory. That reference is... yeah. Heard what he's saying. Defeating the whites with the power of friendship and a hungry skinwalker, I found. Or just coyotes, apparently. Even though coyotes aren't native to Maine, but whatever. I would have guessed wolves. Alrighty. Let's see where. Get out and help her load the groceries into the car. She waits politely as I load the groceries. Close the trunk and open the door for her to get in. She hands me her cane and slides into the front passenger seat. It's getting dark and I have to take her out of town where the fog is very thick. I hand her the cane and shut the door. Get out in the main route to her house and the fog begins to get thicker. I turn on the fog lights, but they do very little and then help me stay between the yellow lines on the road. Basically my lane. Let's call her Vera. Oh, I have a coworker named Vera. Vera leans towards the dash, squinting her eyes. Lots of fog tonight. She states, as if she's trying to use some super-seeing power. Yeah, it's been like this for a week now, or so. I reply, slowing down as we come to a bend in the road. She leans back in her seat, I guess realizing that she can't see through this fog like Superman or something. You're a good driver. I'm glad you're being slow through this mess. Thank you, ma'am. I'm doing my best. Vera, you are? David, but most people call me Dave, and when I'm not in trouble. I reply sarcastically. Fog is so thick now, I can only make out my lane and nothing more. Maybe 4 feet in front of the car. Thankfully, the GPS I keep strapped to the dash helps me stay on the road ahead as I've headed towards the house. We arrive at her driveway. I almost drive into the ditch, turning into it though, because I can't see where the road is at this point. We drive down what feels like mile-long dirt driveway until I see floodlights of the barn next to her house. We pull up to the door connecting to her driveway. I help her get out. She insists on staying out here with me. I shrug it off. I load the groceries just inside her door. We have a policy about going inside people's houses. I put the milk and the heavier things on the counter for her and explain not to mention it or somebody's going to call me by David. She laughs it off as I head to the door. I open the door and her laughter immediately stops. I'm still facing her. I turn slowly to look out the door to find out what... I turn slowly to look out the door to find out what stopped her laughing. I see a bunch of humanoid shapes standing around my car. The floodlights from the barn give the fog an eerie... The floodlights from the barn give the fog an eerie glow that really highlights these shapes. These shapes are standing around my car, move on, and more come along. I shut the door and she steps up to the window next to the door. She pulls back the curtain and waves her hand to tell me to come look. Dozens of them walking by now, heading up her driveway toward the road. I see what looks like a wagon being pulled by a horse go through my car like it wasn't even there. Fog just moves around the car and reforms back around the bumper. She covers her mouth as we wait for the fog to dissipate. What feels like hours go by was really only like 15 minutes. By now, I've counted at least 30, including the wagon going by. The fog begins to sink into the ground, disappear. The night air has become too cold for the fog to be so high. I reach for the door handle, but notice she's pretty rattled. Vera, it's fine. Just stay inside tonight. I'll call my daughter. She'll come by. She'll come stay with me. I'll call my daughter. She'll come stay the night with me. she says, stroking her chin, looking out the window still. I open the door and begin to down towards my car. Or I open the door and begin to head down her... I open the door and begin to head down her steps towards my car. She comes to the door and peeks out. Be careful, David. I smile to her. Go call your daughter, Vera, and have a better night. Get in the car and have a little bit of a freak out as she closes the door and turns on her kitchen lights. I sit back in my seat and breathe off the anxiety of having this before recording an affair. Central asks me what took her so long, and I tell them that she's a chatty old lady. Who the fuck would believe the fog parade I just saw? On my way back into town, the fog is lower now, much easier to drive. But I can see their footsteps on the road. The way the fog is moving, people walking through water. I slow down and I come up on them and decide to drive through. Nothing happens. They keep walking. I drive on. I ask one of my buddies who's a local yokel. He knows about the area's history. He explains that Vera's land used to be a troop gathering point when soldiers from this area left to serve in the Civil War. I ask why there. He explains that her family used to feed and supply the troops leaving. And that's it for that one. James Sutherland moment? I'd agree so. Alright, that's another hour up. So, that means another break. Be another few minutes and we'll keep going with more stories. I think we'll take a chill pill on the crappy pastas tonight. We did a lot of them last stream. Or last year, so we're going to keep it mostly creepypasta now. So, I'll catch you guys in a few minutes. Alrighty, guys, we are back for more stories. Alrighty, what's this one called? Anon hangs around his dad's farm. Let's see how it goes. Not too long of a one this time, but it's still gonna be a fun read. Hopefully, at least. Be me, 8 years old. Or 8 years ago. Family, Dad, buys into a hunting farm up north. Nice place, probably 400 acres altogether, and then opens up into a national forest. Easy to get lost in if you're stray too far from the main trail. Lots of, excuse me one sec. Take another sip. Lots of springs with the best water you've ever tasted. Anyway, I, being a young lad at 15 at the time, had ventured off to find one of these springs. Friends and I had an interest in setting up a still to make moonshine. We were 15, booze was hard to come by at the time. How we were supposed to do this was beyond me, but we knew we needed cold water. So I was out looking for a steady water source. Spent a lot of time going deep into the property looking for good, out of the way one a hunter would be less likely to stumble into. Find one, good clear tasting water, and up next to a cliff-like face. Difficult to see from above or below. Spend the next couple of hours cleaning out leaves away, making a nice little fire pit, place, etc. Watch the sunlight dip down. No problem. Took the AV out. I could make my way back. Spent a few more minutes listening to the woods and the birds of the wind. Looking back, it was probably the most peace I'd ever been in woods for some time. The first thing that made a flag of the fuck run in my head was that it got real quiet. Actually, quiet isn't probably the right word for it. I mean silent. Not a single breeze blowing, not one bird chirping. Nothing. Zip. Zero. Suddenly, nostrils are assaulted by a terrible odor. Imagine if a skunk and a turkey vulture fornicating on top of a rotting carcass. Slowly, the odor changes from overpowering sense to just death. Seriously, there's no other way to describe it. It just kind of smelled like death. Kind of like wet moss and a mausoleum. Again, all this is to the soundtrack of nothing. Only wood popping in my tire or fire is. I actually think the lack of sound is what gave me the heebie-jeebies at first. Those two lights out of the distance, up high above the trees. Strange type of light too. Like kind of light you'd see on a fogged over glass. It's not really projecting anywhere or lighting anything up. Just kind of burning so you can see it and nothing more. Mind is running through possibilities of what it could be. Already beginning to note between the smell of death and silence. Those lights are getting closer and they're next to each other. Notice that they're only 20 feet above the trees. I'm already with my back flat against the cliff face at this point. I've already decided wherever this thing is, I don't want anything to do with it. It was probably close to 70 to 80 feet tall, with a head of a buck, those eyes with dull light. The stench was overpowering at this point. As it moved, I didn't notice, or it didn't knock over the trees, just kind of meshed through them. I could see that the deer's head was mangy, and it looked like the stuff was leaking out of it. All I can say about the body is that it was big. It had bigger problems with when it stopped. It paused only for a moment, parallel to my campfire. If it looked down, it would have seen me. but it only paused, sniffed the air, and then, in the largest of bounds I've ever seen, darted away, headed north. After making sure that I was indeed alive, I lit the fire in the ATV and tore off back for the camp. I don't think I've slept for 2 months after that. Kinda iffy on this story. Interesting, but it didn't lead anywhere. Developing interest in making moonshine. Just do meth like a normal person, weirdos. No, that's not like a Nevada thing. We got a major meth problem here. What to try next? Stop it. Get some help. That's right, Cal. We don't appreciate moonshine here. Anon's best friend's friend. Reminds me, I really hope I can find the friend's screen text. Man, I'm never going to find that story because it is indeed one of the best creepy pasta stories ever. But apparently the person who wrote it turned it into a book too. Fuck. It was called Friends, and now it's like impossible to find anymore. We'll try one more search and see if I can get it. Otherwise, we'll just move on. And I mean it when I say it's literally the best creepypasta ever. Oh well. Guess we won't find it. One day I'll find it again. Alright. Heading into the woods on camping trip with college buddies. Me, girlfriend, now ex, Sarah, her friend Jill, Jill's roommate Rachel. Rachel was kind of weird. Very petite, always wore an old army jacket that was too big for her pixie haircut. She was orphaned at 14, but refused to be adopted or fostered. Basically struck off on her own at 16. Did not like being touched, and rumor was that someone tried to rape her and she was on her own. Got a free ride through college because law orphan. My roommate Steve, the nerdy guy. My friend Fred, he was Japanese, and his name wasn't actually Fred. Called him that because freshman year he dressed up like Fred from Scooby-Doo. Fred's roommate Bill had a reputation of being a creeper. He was a really nice guy, did charity stuff and would give you the shirt off his back. Before I really knew him well, I called him for help when I got stranded on the roadside. He drove 3 hours in the middle of the night to get me and didn't even know my name at the time. Bill was a survivalist and a nerd. So he was constantly bombarding us with random trivia on survival stuff. He once showed me some smoke grenades he'd built from chlorine gas grenades. Why? Because he could. Bill, needless to say, had never been laid in his entire life. We all head to the woods to stay in a cabin Steve's uncle had built. We get there and the cabin is shit. It's literally made of plywood and exposed insulation. There are no windows, only 3 rooms. It does have a nice wood-burning stove. Set up sleeping bags on old crummy cots and in the 2 bedrooms. Girls 1 room, boys the other room. We start a fire in the wood stove to warm the place. Or to warm the place up and start talking about what we're going to do in the morning. Cook chili on the stovetop. Fred and Bill start making racist jokes aimed at one another. In their thing, Bill is practically a white supremacist, and Fred is so nationalist he thinks Japanese Empire should have won World War II. Naturally, Fred and Bill get along, and that's why they become roommates. Girls are weirded out by their antics, except Rachel, who's ignoring all of us and playing with a Zippo. Joe needs to pee, only place to do is behind a bush. Girls go together for some reason, and we can hear them giggling and talking about while Joe squats in the bush. Ignore them and laugh while Bill tells Fred his ancestors weren't nuked enough, and Fred calls him a filthy gaijin round eye. Girls suddenly come running back, complaining about a stench. What the stench? Oh, fuck. It smells like roadkill rotting in the sun and something metallic, like burnt copper and smoldering wire. Holy hell, did that come out? Holy hell, did that come out of you? Joe squawks in indignation. I think I recognize this story. Dude, you are pulling from ancient X-Bank databanks. Yes, I am. Because it's either that or shitty modern creepypasta, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants to hear about how Jeff the Killer goes to the barber. Or Jane the Killer. God, there's so many The Killers. You can make a whole multiverse with them. Or, Slender Man smooches Siren Head. Whatever. We're still going through the X databanks. This is what creepypasta came from. Alright. But I think I do recognize this. And if it is what I recognize, it's a fucking good one. Alrighty. We all head inside to get away from the stench. Bill and Fred finish their racist jokes aimed at each other and moving from, not gonna read that. Girls give them a look and that says they will never get laid, ever. Suddenly there's a loud screech outside the cabin. Sounds like a woman being murdered. Everyone but Bill jumps and looks at the door. Bill calmly announces, "It's just a fox, chill." Conversation and dinner resume. Everyone eventually heads to bed. Spend the next day hiking and exploring. Find a pond. The girls, minus Rachel, want to swim in it. Steve points out that it's too cold to swim in the pond. Too cold to swim in, and the pond is stagnant runoff from the hills. Bill suggests plinking, and I get out my .22. Wow, 22. Rifle, and we shoot at an empty chili can. No one participates except Rachel, who just sort of stands off to one side playing with her lighter. Bill suggests getting out his FAL and shooting with it. That's better. The girls don't want to shoot a big gun. He's disappointed. I didn't even know he brought it, but it doesn't surprise me. Head back to the cabin to play Risk. Bill and Rachel end up wiping us all and ending in a stalemate. Night falls, we build a campfire in the stove again. Build a fire in the stove. Charades, yes, we're that bored. Steve is patent mining when suddenly a loud shriek outside. Was that another fox? Bill replies, "Nope, that was a rabbit death scream." That's the only time they make a sound, when they're dying. Well, thanks for that, creepy trivia, Bill. Continue charade. Suddenly, horrible stench fills the cabin. Everyone complains and the girls retreat to their room. Escape the smell. Thump against the door of the cabin like a knock. What? Steve cautiously opens the door to investigate. Blood splattered on the door. There's a dead, disemboweled, skinless rabbit lying on the ground outside the door. Did a fox throw a dead rabbit out our door? Creeped out, decide not to tell the girls. Nothing else happens. Stench fades away, we all go to bed. What'd you do with the rabbit? Next day goes much the same as the first. Hiking, exploring, flirting with Sarah and my GF constantly. Fred keeps hitting on Jill, who is doing her best to make it obvious she's ignoring his racist Asian antics. Bill keeps pointing out edible plants and other survival stuff to the group. I would suspect that he's trying to impress the girls, but he's always did that kind of thing. Did you know most praying mantises are actually agnostic? What? Start a game of freeze tag in the woods. Girls cheat and combine tag with hide and seek. Everyone gets into it. Eventually, everyone has discovered and tagged except Bill. Where the fuck is he? Give up and shout loudly, or give up and loudly shout for him to come out. Drops out of a tree we were all standing next to, grinning. You sneaky motherfucker. Head back to the cabin. Everyone else is playing Risk. I make out with Sarah in the back. Suddenly Steve runs in and I yank my hand out of her bra. Dude, what the hell? What? How did you do that? Do what? Dude, come on. Privacy here? No, seriously, how did you do that? Do what? We're outside yelling for Bill to come out. When? Just now. Clearly I've been in here the whole time. The only way in the cabin is through the front door. Dismiss it as a failed prank Steve was trying to pull on me. Back to sexy time. Yank my hand out of her bra for a second time when Fred comes in and yells for us to come here quick. I'm pissed now. What the hell, guys? Shh, listen! I don't hear anything. What are you? Suddenly, I hear a voice out of the woods. Okay, Bill, game's over, come out. It's the exact phrase I shouted earlier. Who the hell is in the woods repeating what I said? Fred looks at me. Dude, it sounds just like you. Whoever it is shouts again, and it really does sound just like me. What the hell is out there? Steve cracks the door open, peeks outside, doesn't see anything. Who's out there? Silence, then. Okay, Bill, game's over, come out now. Bill shrugs and steps outside. I'm here, what do you want? Silence. Maybe whoever hadn't thought this far ahead. Bill stands there for a minute, then turns back inside. Dude, are you nuts? We don't know who could be out there. Typical Bill fashion, 0 fucks are given. Instead, he calmly gets out his FAL, which is the biggest rifle I've ever seen, slaps a 30-round clip into it, and chambers the round. Then he turns on the flashlight clip to the barrel and walks outside. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, leave without me. Dude, what the fuck? Yeah, clip, that's what I'm wondering. 30 rounds, that's a fucking barrel. Fake story, OP would deny that his own voice. All this detail, and they call it a clip. Right? Well, then again, this dude has a 22. What are you guys gonna fucking do? We wait, Steve standing watch at the door. The story, and this OP had a girlfriend, fake. You can see Bill's flashlight bobbing in the trees. We watch as he pauses, scans all around him, continues deeper in the woods. After a while, can't see his light through the trees anymore. Sarah and Joe are getting scared and retreat to their room. Rachel hangs out with us 3 guys who wait for Bill to return. 20 minutes later, past no sign of Bill. This is a joke, it isn't funny. Fred swears it's not a joke, or if it is, Bill Didn't tell him about it. Get my 22 and load it. Z22. Fred retrieves his kokiri knife and Bill's camping gear. Steve and Rachel are still standing at the door. Suddenly, Steve calls out, "Bill? I'm here!" Fred and I come running to the back. Come running back to the door and look outside. We can dimly see the silhouette of someone standing just inside the tree line. "Bill, what took you so long?" "I'm here!" Start getting a creepy vibe. "Bill, what are you doing? What do you want?" Or, "What do you want?" "The hell? Why don't you come back inside the cabin, dumbass?" Then we see a dim light bobbing around the trees, in the direction Bill went. Wait, I'm suddenly deafened by partially blinded by the muzzle flash of a gunshot going next to my head. Rachel has produced a snub-nosed revolver from somewhere within her jacket and fired a shot up into the air. "We have guns! Whoever you are, leave us the hell alone!" We can't see the figure in the darkness anymore, but the light is bobbing faster as the owner runs towards the cabin. Bill bursts out from the tree line. "Why are you still here? I told you to leave if I took more than 10 minutes. It's been half an hour. Who's shooting?" "Dude, where the hell were you?" "Something was following me down the trail, so I fish hooked it to ambush it. But it went back the way I came. I waited a little longer in case it was trying to do the same thing. Then I took my time coming back so I could hear it if it followed again." Then he gives us all a dirty look and says, "I told you to leave my ass if I was gone for more than 10 minutes. It's like you people have never seen these movies before." Jill and Sarah are freaked out over the person imitating us. And then the gunshot. Rachel that just calmly swaps the spent round in her revolver for a fresh one. Not sure she's even old enough to legally own a handgun. Well, now we know how she handled herself living on the streets as a homeless person. Bill gathers us in the front room and insists on rational discussion of what happened. We eventually decide it's someone pranking us, and they're really good at imitating voices, and repeat the same phrases we shouted earlier. And it is in the middle of the fucking nowhere screwing with some college students. Right. We all eventually go to sleep, but I noticed Bill kept his rifle within arm's reach. Next morning, there was a dead something or other with its skin missing and the guts splatter all over the front of the cabin. Bill's thought was either a possum or a raccoon. The girls are thoroughly creeped out and are insisting on leaving. Sarah is convinced that it's some serial killer, the dead animals are a warning or some sick gift. Bill is entirely convinced that the dead animals were left by a bobcat or something, but is also convinced that there's a person out there in the woods fucking with us. Steve and Fred don't know what the fuck is going on, but they think it's funny. Girls are too scared to leave the cabin. Bill recruits Fred as his assistant, and they spend the day building booby traps, digging pits, and rigging perimeter alarms of empty cans full of pebbles. Steve retrieves a hatchet from the wood pile and nominates himself as captain of the creepy cabin self-defense squad, since it's his uncle's place. Everyone basically ignores him, and Bill becomes de facto leader since he seems like he knows what he's doing. Finally, he and Fred finish whatever they were doing out in the woods, and we all sit around the table playing cards. None of us really know how to play poker except Jill, who wipes us out. Fred suggests strip poker, which the girls immediately veto. Then we wait. And wait. And wait some more. At this point, I don't care how creepy the motherfucker is. Whoever is messing with us better show up, or I'm going to be pissed. I regret that sentiment wholeheartedly. Just before sunset, Bill instructs Sarah and Jill to shelter in the back of the room, and has me and Rachel guard the door with our guns. Fred and Steve being armed with a hatchet and kokiri, are to guard the girls in the back while we defend the front door. What are you going to be doing? I'll be up in the tree waiting for whoever it is. They'll be expecting us all to be holed up in the cabin. Explain why this is a terrible idea. Bill ignores me and tells us not to shoot unless we know 100% for sure it isn't him. He disappears into the trees. Crazy motherfucker. Bill is insisting we all go home, sensible. Keeps asking how we know Bill isn't just an idiot making shit up to look good. Fred insists he knows what he's doing. We hear a rattle from one of the perimeter alarms. I crouch over the door. I can't see anything outside. Who's out there? Come on out! My voice again. Who are you? Tell me where... Come out where we can see you. I'm here! Bill's phrase, but my voice still. Seriously creeped out now. Come out where I can see you. I'm here. Come on out. Against my better judgment, I step outside the door and shine my flashlight at the trees. There's someone standing at the tree line with their back toward us. They're dressed the same as Bill, but look filthy with hair longer. Who the hell are you? No response. Turn around so I can see you. Still nothing. I just stood there. I have a gun. I'll shoot you if you don't turn around. Didn't say anything, but whoever or whatever it was started convulsing, like it was laughing hysterically, but there was no sound. Better leave us alone. This is our property. You better get out of here. It was still standing there with its back to us, but now it was jittering like it was hard to describe. It's like it was under a strobe light or something. Took a step forward, keeping my flashlight and my .22 aimed at it. You hear me? I was debating on what to do next, and wondering where the hell Bill was, when I smelled the stench again. It was so sudden and so foul, like being hit in the face with a brick. I gagged at the stink of a dead animal decomposing in raw sewage, and mold, and my eyes watered. I looked back at the cabin and at the others, and Rachel and Steve shouted in shock. I spun around, and wherever it was, suddenly much closer, halfway between the tree line and cabin, with its back towards us. I scrambled backwards towards the cabin. I will never forget what happened next. Fred holds the kokiri over his head in two-handed grip. No shit, shouts, Bonsai! Charges out of the cabin towards the creepy strobe light person. No wonder he gets along with Bill. They're both crazy motherfuckers. Fred runs past me and immediately trips over a piece of stray firewood and face plants into the dirt, dropping his big-ass knife. The person convulsing like something is crawling around under his skin and clothes. Rachel is shouting for us to get back inside of the cabin and waving her revolver. Suddenly the night is shattered by a deafening boom. The creeper freezes motionless. Boom! Boom! Even louder than the gunshots is an ear-splitting shriek. If a banshee and a cougar were slowly lowered into a wood chipper, it would sound half as loud and disturbing as whatever the fuck this scream was. The creepy person vanishes like they were never there. Bill sprints into view, switches it on the flashlight with his rifle and scans the tree line. I told you idiots to stay in the cabin. After some shouting back and forth, Bill and Fred investigate outside, while the rest of us go back in the cabin. They find some blood where the thing had been standing, or at least what they think is blood, because it's pitch black. See, that's why you don't do white, because then I can't say it's cum. They can't find any footprints anywhere, and other than the alarm that was shaken when it first appeared, none of the booby traps were tripped. Based Fred moment. Yes, it was. Fucking tripping falling. Alrighty. They come back inside the cabin, and the rest of us decide, fuck this, we're getting the hell out of Dodge. Bill calmly loads 3 rounds into his magazine to replace the ones he shot, and asks if we really want to load our stuff into the van in the dark with that thing out there. Good point. We all pack our shit anyway so we can get out at first light. Everyone is too keyed up to sleep it and sits up. The stench returns, that dead animal and burning copper smell. What the hell is that smell? Do you think that it's that thing? Probably, but we didn't smell it or, 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 Dead silence as we all grasp weapons, makeshift or otherwise, and nervously listen. After a long moment, something thuds against the wall again. We don't move a muscle. Something began scratching at the door, like slowly dragging your nails down the length of the door, then starting again after reaching the bottom. Who's there? I'm here, come on out! It was with Steve's voice this time, and he paled visibly when we heard it. Fuck you, who are you? What do you want? Game's over, come on out! That's when Rachel fired a shot through a door. Despite the ringing in my ears, I could hear what sounded like the world's nastiest catfight as something screeched, hissed, spat, and slammed into the door repeatedly. She fired a second shot and the noise stopped. After a long, uncomfortable silence, we heard her screeching again, far off in the woods. Bill opened the door and told everyone, "Get your shit in the van, we're leaving." As we started throwing shit in the van, I noticed Bill had disappeared around the side of the cabin that the thumps on the wall had come from. I tossed the last of my shit in the van and followed. We found what had been thumped against the wall. There were 2 splotches of blood on the side of the cabin. Underneath each one was a full-ass grown deer. A full-grown ass deer. Oh fuck. It ripped the deer in half and threw the halves at us. Bill tells me not to say anything about it because it could scare the girls. I'm pretty sure they're scared, dude. We rejoin the others and make one last trip inside the cabin for the last of our stuff. Bill grabs me by the shoulder. Steve, go start the van. Girls, wait in the van. We'll get everything else. The girls made no argument and got in the van. Steve leaving Bill and Fred and me in the cabin. That's almost everything. Fred, you go check the back. Make sure we have everything. Bill then physically pulled me and Fred out of the cabin while we gave him a what the fuck look. Then I saw someone else in the back of the cabin wearing filthy clothes like Bill's, packed up. Oh fuck. It was in the cabin with us. Bill quietly pulled us out of the cabin and pointed my rifle at it. I heard a pop like firecrackers going off and something smacked me in the leg. I looked down at my feet and saw that fucking grenade spoon. I looked up just in time to see Bill pull the pin from the second grenade and toss and one of those big smoke grenade types, release the pin with a pop and throw it in the cabin, then shut the door and locked it, the handle dead pull that Steve's keys and stepped back. Looked at me and said calmly, "Thermite, any second now." Then he pointed his rifle at the cabin and waited. Steve got out of the van and joined us, asking what the fuck we were doing. Suddenly we heard the agony of screeching again, this time from the inside of the cabin. Like someone had electrocuted a burlap sack full of angry lynxes who had all had their balls viced. Bill calmly explains to Steve that he had set the cabin on fire with fucking homemade thermite grenades he had brought along with a campfire, or brought along on the let me take a sip real quick. Bill calmly explains to Steve that he had just set the camp on fire with fucking homemade thermite grenades he brought along on a camping trip for reasons that made sense only to Bill. What the fuck, man? You set my uncle's cabin on fire? Hey, my risk set is still in there too, as if that somehow made it even. Somehow. The screeching gets louder and something slams into the door hard. Bill calmly dumps 10 or 15 rounds of .308 into the door and wall of the cabin. The human shrieks get even louder. Smoke starts pouring from under the door, and we can see an orange glow through bullet holes. Can we leave now? Nah, Bill casually responds. Need to make sure we don't burn the forest down too. Dude, fuck the forest. We can't burn down the whole state to the ground if it kills that thing and anything else it likes. Or anything else like it. Also, I kind of want to shoot it if it breaks out of the cabin so it doesn't seek revenge. I don't want this shitty horror movie sequel. Realize this makes sense. and not just because Bill's acting as if we're in a horror movie. Inhuman shrieks and something slamming repeatedly against the door and the walls of the cabin continue for a good 20 minutes before falling silent. The girls get out of the van and join us as we watch the cabin burn to the ground. The heat from the fire is barely tolerable, and we're standing 30 feet away. The cabin finally collapses and everyone but Bill gets into the van. He stands there watching it burn, holding his rifle like he still expects the monster to come out charging out of the roaring inferno. I know for a fact he's going to be bragging to the entire campus about how he single-handedly slew a monster when we get back. Finally, the cabin has burnt to the point where it's just crackling, smoldering, and a pile of charcoal ashes, not even a dim orange glow in the darkness. Bill stretches his limbs, then gets in the van and tells Steve to drive into town so we can get gas and breakfast. We arrive to the town of maybe 400 people an hour later, stop at a combination gas station diner. As we walk in, Bill jokingly comments that if we were really in a horror movie, he'd have at least earned a blowjob from the heroine. Rachel grabs him by the head and pulls him into the back of the diner gas station. We don't see them again until we've ordered breakfast and our food has arrived. I only have Bill's word for this, but he claims that she pulled him into the bathroom and blew him on the spot. They've been going out ever since for almost 2 years. Steve told his uncle that the cabin burned down because the chimney from the wood in the stove got clogged or something and caught on fire. His uncle doesn't care since it was a shitty cabin he built in a single weekend and is just glad we're all okay and didn't burn the woods down. We've never gone back there, but Steve's uncle has gone camping there several times since, mostly hunting season. Hasn't seen anything or heard anything odd. Bill is the only one of us crazy enough to go camping. You murder one creepy monster in a fire, you sort of lose your fear you had going in the woods at night. Speak for yourself, you nut job. Yeah, this is the story that popularized the Skinwalker stories. This is the patient zero of Skinwalker creepypasta. It's a classic. Yeah, the clip thing is kind of weird, but you know how it is. Alright, let's find a shorter one so we can wrap up this hour. Anon's friend. Or Anon's friend's friend. Ask friend if he knows anyone who has access to some tools. I need to finish a project. Says sure, he knows a guy from work, and that we would be happy to help. Apparently he was interested in the same kind of art, but warns me he's a bit off. Drive friend to work. What if Cal was a Skinwalker? I mean, maybe. He could be a Skinwalker. Oh god, not Jesus crust! How could you get here? No, Max! Hey, there's Streetcar. It's a raid! Fetus! Hey! You did good in the fucking Gmod. Alright, let's restart this story from the top then, since we got new people. Alrighty. Take a quick sip. Oh, Crimson! Big McThinkies from McSpankies. Alrighty. Right from the top on this one. Ask a friend if he knows anyone who had access to some tools and needed to finish a project. Says sure. He knows a guy from work that would be happy to help. Apparently he was interested in the same kind of art, but warns me he's a bit off. Drive friend to work one day, he introduces me. Guy seems really distant and withdrawn, shakes my hand and we chat for a bit. Seems real interested in woodwork I was doing. And we talked about sculptures and such for a little while, things we'd learned, tools we used, etc. Guy warms up a bit. I ask him if it would be alright if I check out some of his stuff. He hesitantly agrees, kind of like when you're trying to come up with an excuse but just can't. He tells me to swing by that night. We can chat over a few beers. Okay, sure. Later that night I get a call. It's the guy. He sounds a little shaken up. Says things chaotic at home. And right now isn't a good time. Says he'll call me sometime. Whatever, sure. 2 weeks go by. Guy calls one afternoon, says things have settled. Wants me to bring over some of my work, or some of my work friends as well. Sorry. Guy calls up one afternoon, says things have settled, and he wants me to bring over some of my works as well. Compare and blah blah blah. Sure, dude. So I start to head over, and I notice the guy lives in the middle of fucking nowhere. I had to call him up just to find his house. It's at the end of a long driveway, beautiful acre plus of land. The driveway is littered with trees, and his house is actually pretty nice. As I come up the driveway, something strikes me as odd about the trees I'm passing. They all got faces carved into them facing the driveway. Twisted, painted faces. I didn't think much of it. Make more of the stuff myself. And in fact, I was very impressed. The amount of detail was staggering. Look out into the tree line of the property. Every tree had a painted face looking in on the house. Almost like the woods were watching you wherever you were. This actually kind of creeped me out. Looking out was like seeing 100 white faces just crying out. Kind of like they wanted your attention. Knock on the door. Guy answers with a beer in hand. Much friendly demeanor than before. Helps me carry my stuff in. He shows me around. Guy seems pretty cool. Begin to notice each room has one of the same damn faces hanging above the door frame. The more I saw them, the more I felt sick. Up close, the faces were more detailed than I had imagined, almost surrealistic. I asked him what his focus on the faces were. The guy kind of tensed up and dodged my question. Upon entering his workshop, which was a fucking sweet one by the way, he seemed to have other interests besides creepy faces. Entire 7-foot sculptures of women, men, animals, all very well done. And one with a tarp in the back, just chilling there. He says it isn't done yet, so I don't bother. It was right in front of the door that I think led to another room. We began working on stuff together, trading stories. Times we accidentally entered ourselves. Suddenly subjects change. Guy asks me what I think about God. Tell him I'm not very religious, but I don't rule everything out. Guy starts getting a bit loud, saying that God is a blatant lie. He was told so. By who? Kind of silence for a moment and then abruptly asked me if I believe in spirits. Gave him a kind of same answer, it's possible. Looked around the room, seeing if anyone was around. Then his voice goes soft, kind of whispers for a moment. I see things in the woods at dusk. I can see their shadows. Sometimes they whisper from the trees. I can hear them. Fucking nope. Obviously, guy is mentally disturbed. Egg him on. Ask him what else he sees and tell him. They tell him that God is a lie. Only thing after death is darkness. He says they laugh at him and leave him dead animals at his tree line. Officially creeped out at this point. He said for a while they visited him at night, and each face carving represented a different spirit that had visited him. Says they can't stand looking at themselves in death, so they don't stop within the tree line. Thus why he has his entire thing carved out. I'm pretty silent at this point. I had a goosebump so bad since I was a kid. Chills running up my spine. He told me they talked to him from the tree line at night. They tried to get him to leave his home. I eagerly try to change the subject. The guy looks down and just keeps talking. He's pale as a sheet and was obviously genuinely terrified. He even kind of looks like he's welling up. Tells me I'm the only person he told. Knowing I'm a stranger, he apologizes, saying he's scared and doesn't want to know what to do anymore. I try my best to awkwardly console the stranger, and the guy actually kind of starts to break down. I think he needs help, but it's not my place to give it to him. Regretfully, ask him why he's afraid. Says the faces don't work anymore. 2 weeks ago, he had something terrible in his living room. He walked over to the tarp sculpture and pulls it off to reveal the most mangled, terrible thing I have ever seen. It hardly resembled a human being. It was terrifying to have imagined this guy seeing it standing in his living room. Shortly after a loud bang on the wall to my right, I nearly jumped out of my skin. This guy didn't even flinch, then bang. Then it just continued and on, continuously, like a hail hitting the tin roof. The guy screams, "Stop it!" and it ceases. After I grabbed my shit and tell the guy I'm sorry, and got to get out of there as quickly as possible. As I'm leaving his home and driveway, I look in the rearview mirror. The tree line is darker than I've ever seen. The guy calls a week later and apologizes, says he was silly and everything's okay now. Friends says guy has quit. Never hear from him again. Alrighty. That's rounding out this hour pretty close. Alrighty. We still got some people left over. Probably did good without being the ultimate frog gamer like me. Yeah, I spent my entire high school playing Source games. My condolences. And when you had no money for video games, work with what you got. That would literally me. Fuck, don't miss those days. Well, I kind of sort of do. I had like Rumble Fire and shit. So many free-to-play games. Yeah. Only Rumble Fire didn't turn to crap. Anywho, we're going to take a quick break and be back in a few minutes. So refill your snacks, as we'll be approaching the final hour. Alrighty, we are back. I hope you guys got your snacks and drinks refilled as we're on the last hour. Here we go with, what's this one called? Now it goes to the Rockies. Be a little while back, AFA cadet, bored on a weekend, decided to go hiking, stargazing in the woods. Rocky Mountain National Park. Bring lady friend for woods fun. Also my Mossy 500 and SKS for her. I used to have an SKS. Don't know what happened to it. Don't really care because it was a shitty rifle. Anyways. Rifled slugs will put down anything on God's green earth. Couple hours of driving later and we're on the trailhead. Hike for a bit to a selected site. Big clearing. Because astronomy. Set up camp. Get done around sundown. Set an alarm for layers when the stars will be good. Be about 3 o'clock. Hear rustling coming from the tree line. Fuck, it's bear, and it's probably just a black bear. Ignore it, and it'll go away. No exposed food, so we're good. Rustling gets louder. Nope, we're not doing this. This is yet another skinwalker. Fuck that. Really ought to vet these better. Okay, this one should be better. Alright. Should be better. Got one from just last year. 23, stalking in the woods. Arkansas's Ozarks. With some new gear I'd been saving for months. Boots, tack vest. I fuck even the millstrap gas mask. And it was like Christmas. Being where I was and wanting to field test some of my personal prototypes, I had my nugget on hand. Wouldn't do much against big bears, but it ruined my snakes, stray dog cougars day any day. Had a couple of strippers and 2 clips. This is getting... Nope. We're not doing this one either. Sounding less and less believable by the sentence. Let's find another... Time skip. Eats Orange Crush. Art class in prison. Finds an attic door. Sonic 3. Full service gas station. Alrighty. One seems interesting enough, but it's a little short. It happened a few years ago when I lived in Tennessee. Driving home from Memphis to Nashville. Be about 3 a.m. Halfway home, I realize I forgot to get gas. Take exit with a scant hope that I'll find a gas station that's open. Drive about 10 miles and come upon a Sunco. Pull up to the pump. Ding ding. Tenant runs out from garage and promptly begins fueling my car. Feeling pretty confused since full gas stations are rare. One being open this late is just flat out weird. Tenant starts making small talk with me. Mention how odd it is that they're open at this time of night. His demeanor changes affable to wary. Things get silent and awkward. I'll be $19, hand him my debit card. Or debit card. He stares at it puzzled. What am I supposed to do with this? I have no cash, only a debit card. He just stares at me. Well, don't worry about it. This one's on the house. Thank him and get back to the highway. 2 weeks later, I'm passing through the area. Get off at the same exit, follow the road where the gas station was. Thanks to pay for the gas I got, and thank them for being so helpful. Pull into the lot, the place is dilapidated. Look like it's been abandoned for 30 years. Super creeped out and head back to the highway. I had a family member with one of these experiences. Sodak, 1990. Stormy night. Lightning illuminates what would have been a completely dark landscape. Father is driving out to visit my grandmother, help out with the farm. Storm gets fierce, can't see good enough to drive. Unfortunately, he's still a ways away from the farm. He's also a good distance away from anything. Literally anything, just miles and miles of flat prairie. Through the heavy rain, lightning illuminates a windmill overlooking a small barn off in the night. My dad thinks his luck and pulls off the road and takes shelter for what he assumes is going to be a nasty storm. Waits for lightning to illuminate the windmill. Sure enough, crack. He takes off from the shelter of the barn. Once inside the barn, he hunkers down. Storm gets worse. Ends up sleeping on the floor. Saved from the hailstorm erupting outside. Morning the next day, car windows are blown by the hail. Had he been in the car, he would have taken a beating. Brushes glass off the driver's seat door and towards my grandmother's. Pushes on towards my grandmother's. Helps him whatever talk to my grandmother at the barn. What barn? Yeah, says. One that just west of here, on the right side of the road? You must have been mistaken. Nothing out in that direction of the Till Prairie. Sure as shit, on the way back home, my dad passes where the barn should have been, only the foundation stands. A few smashed pictures and a couple of dead, rotten pile of rubble. Long dead, rotten pile of rubble. Did some research, found that the owners had died in the barn in 1956 when it collapsed in a snowstorm. Short, not too much of a punch. That one we could have easily started with. How about this one? Alright, this might be our last one. It's a pretty long one. Anon goes to live with his uncle. Don't really know where else to post this, so here. 17, going to stay with my uncle, who owns a ranch in Idaho for the winter. Parents are older and had to be in their late 40s, so my uncle, Dad's big brother, is close to 60 and more like a grandpa than anything. He's been married and divorced twice and has been living alone for almost my whole life. I live in Mesa, Arizona, so the drive was fucking grueling. My uncle picked me up this October last year. He's super tall and big ass dude with a massive beard. He's pretty chill but really rough looking. His ranch is in the middle of nowhere with no neighbors for miles. When I got there, it was like kind of exactly what I thought it would be. Super old school, run down looking. Driving in, I noticed he had a long line of rocks lining the end of his property that were all painted white. I asked him about it and he told me he would tell me in a minute. As soon as we got in the house, he told me there are rules when staying with them, and if I broke them, he would have no problem driving me all the way home. I said I couldn't go out at any time after the sun's down without him under any circumstances. At night, I needed to have my curtains drawn and all the lights off and that if I needed light, to use a candle that he kept next to the bed. He then took me outside and pointed at the white rocks. He said that the rocks went around the entire property and have been there even before he lived here. He told me to never go over the rocks or go anywhere far from the house without him. I was kind of spooked and asked why, but all he said was there was always coyotes that would kill me. First night was fine, except for the shitty bed. Next day, he asked me if I wanted to have some fun and took me out back to shoot. A few weeks go by, just hanging out, having bonfires, shooting, and helping him on the property. Ending up getting a pretty decent End up getting in Here come the fun bulls. I've been reading too long. End up getting into pretty decent shape with helping him. Then in the middle of November, we woke up to find a dead deer in the yard. My uncle flips his shit, grabs me and puts me in the house and starts to lock doors and windows up. Tells me to grab all my shit and keep it near the door. I ask him what the fuck is up. He doesn't tell me. Has me sleep in the living room on the pull-out couch while he sleeps in his chair. Next few days it's like he's a different person. Super paranoid and on edge. End up sleeping in the living room for a week till he chills and all is calm again. Thanksgiving comes around and he cooks up the turkey he had frozen and a bunch of other shit. We stuff ourselves and he even lets me have a few beers. We're chilling by the fire, talking about the time he got into a fight with a guy over his ex-wife while listening to his old records when a shit ton of loud noises come out of nowhere. We both shoot up. He runs for the door. I follow after him and end up running full speed into the back of him and falling over. He had stopped at the door and started locking all the locks. I thought he was running outside, so I ran full speed. He tells me to grab his shotgun. I'm freaked out at this point, and because of my massive badass of an uncle was freaking out. Loud ass sounds outside like barking, yelling, and someone hitting a metal can all mixed. Then the window breaks. A massive rock is thrown through it. It was one of the painted white rocks. I'm freaking out now. My uncle shoots out the window. My eardrums are ringing and I'm crying at this point. He yells me to grab the table and put it against the window. I put it against the window and he runs to his room. He comes back out with a rifle in his hands, he comes back out with a rifle and hands it to me. Tells me if I see anything, not hesitate to shoot it. I ask him if we should call the cops, but he tells me they wouldn't be able to get to us for a few hours. All night we sit in the living room listening to whatever this thing is and destroy the porch and pound on the door. As soon as the sun starts to come up, my uncle goes to the door and starts to unlock it. I start to freak out like, what the fuck are you doing? They're still out there. He rips the door open and there's nothing there. I'm absolutely shitting my pants thinking of all the stories I've read about monsters and skinwalkers and other shit. The door is absolutely fucked. Super scratched up and missing chunks. Porch had pieces missing and his truck has all the windows smashed and tires shredded. Looks like a bomb went off. My uncle looks around and sighs. I ask him what the fuck was that. He looks at me and tells me that there is a gang that comes around here and does this kind of shit to people's houses. A gang? Why are you lying to me? He tells me to shut the fuck up and relax. I don't believe him and I can see he's kicking himself for telling me such a shitty lie. I go to take a picture of the door and the outside and he grabs my phone and says no. I say what the fuck and he tells me if my mother saw what happened she would rip his balls off. He tells me to relax and it's okay. We come off the porch and he has me help him replace his tires with new ones he had from his shed. We limp the truck back to town for him to get replacement tires and ask about the windows. Everyone in this town is staring hard at us like we just drove into town in a clown car. It's a small town with cafe and diner, a gas station, and a mechanic and general store with a motel. Everyone knows each other for the most part. The gas station clerk comes out and starts to talk to my uncle. The clerk and my uncle are talking quietly, and I can see the clerk is upset. I overhear him say, "What did you expect? It's getting worse, man." Okay, what the fuck? He takes me back to he takes me back to the house and tells me that the gang he was talking about was real, but they are more like vandals and tweakers. Still don't believe him, but act like I do. That night, my uncle was surprisingly calm and told me they wouldn't come back for 2 nights in a row. The night was calm except for a weird electric feeling in the air. Like the whole place would blow up if the littlest thing happened. I woke up really late and my uncle was snoring in the chair. I had to piss super bad. Fire had died out, so I had to use my phone to make my way to the bathroom. The bathroom was super small and the toilet with a tiny toilet window at the top of the back wall behind the toilet. A little awkward sentence. I get to the bathroom and turn the light on to piss. While I'm pissing, I'm hearing these weird noises, like the tiniest scratching sound. I quickly realize it's coming from a window, and it turns into tapping. I'm so terrified I froze there. If I wasn't already pissing, I would be pissing my pants. Never realized that I fucked up. I turned the light on when I was supposed to be using a candle. I'm shaking. Then the window breaks and hits me. Screaming, I back out of the bathroom, pissing all over my legs and pants. I didn't even look at the window. I just ran down the hall, trying to pull up my pants. My uncle runs around the corner and grabs me. He yells at what happened while I try to yell what happened. He sees the light and runs to shut it off. He yells I thought I made it clear that about the lights. I'm crying, digging through my duffel bag looking for new pants. The next day we leave and he drives me home saying it would be safer at home. He told me not ever to tell my parents because they would freak out. He stayed at the house with us for a few days, and eventually we both chilled out again. I turned 18 this February and recently bought my first handgun and wanted to eventually go back and see if he will let me take pictures of it or set up a camera. Don't know what to think since he won't tell me anything about what happened. Not like the stories where you hear talking or whispering. It was just violent, and whatever it was, does anyone know anything what this could have been? Bit shorter than expected, but looked longer because of the layout. To be honest, I would simply not choose to live near the incomprehensible horrors. Yeah, same here. Alrighty, let's find another. One's layout is really funky. So I'll pass on that one. Nope, not that one. Definitely doesn't even seem believable. Plus it's SCP bullshit. You know, modern SCP is just shit. Been spooked, oh boy, oh my. Oh, you should have been here earlier. We had some really good stories. Right now we're sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel. Alright, what's this one? The IT wizard helps the cops. Got one about aliens, I think, if anyone's interested. Although I'll warn you, now that it's pretty anticlimactic. Anticlimactic? Nah, we'll pass on that then. Someone upstairs. Nope. Full of Wojaks. I can already tell it's bad from the start. Yeah, the end of the story is shit. Yeah, it's like, thank you for telling us that. You know, we're kind of like looking for stories here. We already did that one. Right? Let's do Anon works at a call center. Alright. Late shift at a call center. Just me and one other guy in the building. He takes a call that sounds like an old person who stayed up late and figured this would be the best time to figure out their new laptop. Well, he's desperately trying to explain that we just support her internet connection, not her devices. That was weird. Anyways. Not her devices. I get that annoying fucking deep in my ears that tells me some asshole is on the line. Give the usual opening line. Thanks for calling. This is Anon. Can I get your name and phone number? Yes, hello? Shit, my mic is muted. No, it isn't. Hello? Hello? I asked back briefly, thinking about how odd it is that this is one of the very, very few questions that is appropriately responded with the same exact question. He asks if this is company I work for. I say yes, give him the line again. Thanks for calling, etc. How can I help you? He says none of his electronics are working and he thinks it's the internet. Asks for his house phone. Gives an area code I don't recognize. Type it anyways because who I am to question a customer this early in the call. Nothing. Ask for his name, and he's likely fucked up the number. Gives me his name. I do a slow-ass search by name function. Ask about troubleshooting while it comes up. Says he doesn't know where his modem is because he can't leave his room. Ask what does he mean. He says his door won't open. The one time it did, there was nothing but blackness. I only now noticing how he pronounced the static on the line. I originally thought it was the filtering issues with the phones and DSL line, which was its common occurrence, but that this static was much more in front and center. Search finishes, nothing. Google his area code. Texas. We only support Saskatchewan, Canada. He asks if I know why his family is gone. Ask him where he lives. He gives me a town in Texas. Ask him what is the date, claiming it's a security question. He says it's November 2011. It was August 2012. Coworker has finished his call at this point and clocked out as it was a couple minutes to midnight, which was the end of our shift. He's at my desk making a face that says, "Why did you ask him the date? And why do you look like someone shit in your ear?" I asked the guy on the other line when his internet stopped working. He says he thinks someone unplugged something because someone entered his house and then the blackness came and nothing was working. After he says this, the line goes dead. I explained to my coworker what just fucking happened. He says to write down the ticket number and see if the guy calls back under the same number or what. So I write it down. The guy's name is, well, so I remember where the ticket was about. George Vargas. I asked my supervisor to pull up the call, as they are all recorded. Next shift I leave. He finds it, we listen to it at lunch. The call comes in, there's no caller ID. Everything is just like it happened that night except for one key detail. I'm the only one talking. The other side on the line is dead air. No static or anything. My supervisor is really good-natured, has a good sense of humor, and asked if it was a prank. I did have someone call in from an unlisted number and do this. I did have someone call in from an unlisted number and do this. Tried to convince her otherwise. Coworker later vouches that I was really scared looking. Only coworker believes me, really. Google search George Vargas and get an actor. Penn, Texas to the end and find this. Turns out he actually lived in Texas City. The town name he gave me was Ambern was the street. By all means, I'll let you in on another detail I felt compelled to leave out last night, as I was already giving myself fucking shakes for telling that story. I usually have pretty active imagination, and if it was any other call, I would have attributed it to said imagination. But I could swear I heard the other voices in the static. Tell myself it was either TV we have set up, or one in the break room. But the TVs in the call area are usually muted for obvious reasons, and the break area TV is never on. Coworker agrees to close up the building and let me go home after the call. So I kind of buggered out there quick. And it's saying, got like a little news article here that's obviously edited. Second man gets life in prison for role in 2011 double slaying. Police discover bodies of George Vargas Jr., 33, and his daughter Miranda Vargas. It would have been a lot better if they didn't include the article, which made it sound super fake, because it was obviously edited. Alright, let's find another. Only some good fucking serious. Nah, that was baseline. We had some good ones earlier, like the bedtime story one. Alright, let's see. And on here is an intruder in the Sandhills. Probably not as good as the rest of these, but here's mine anyway. One of the reasons I started believing in the paranormal. 17 years old, 1993, in the middle of Nebraska near Sandhills. We just had Christmas at my grandparents' farm, in the middle of nowhere. Like the next door neighbor was about a mile away, middle of nowhere. Christmas was cool there. We got the entire extended family together. There were like 40 people in the house exchanging gifts, singing songs, doing the type of shit white people did on farms in the US 90s. Everyone goes home except me. Grandparents were really old and my grandfather could barely walk. Grandma could walk, but it was more like a shuffle and she couldn't climb stairs. Family needed me to spend about a week taking care of my grandparents. Cool, no problem. I love old people and I love my grandparents. Grandparents go to bed. I go upstairs to go to bed. But I'm not tired. I chill and listen to my cassette player. That's how we used to listen to music before computers and MP3 players. I mean, they did have CD. Oh yeah, CD player would have been way too back then. CD players only got super affordable around 95. Anyways, I'm stalling. Listening to Nirvana's Nevermind, I'm trying to go to sleep. Really happy because I love the solitude of my grandparents' farm and I love my family. I was basking in what feels like, or the feels that were left over from all the people in the house. I hear someone coming up the stairs. Think nothing of it because people were going up and down the stairs all day. This person opens the attic door and goes in. All of a sudden it hits me. I am the only person that should be in the house that can actually climb the stairs. Holy fuck, someone broke in. Now my grandma taught me to be a badass. I have literally seen this woman lift, or BTFO, 2,000-pound bulls that were giving her shit. Like 100 pounds. That motherfucking bull never fucked with her again after she did that. He looked at my 9-year-old ass and said, "Never be afraid of anything." Here's 17-year-old me remembering my grandma and grandpa needed me to step up to defend him. I wasn't going to back down from that shit. If someone broke into my house, I decided they were going to have to kill me before I would let them hurt my grandparents. I get up and grab my great uncle's baseball bat that was in the bedroom. I open the attic and turn on the light, and I was about to fuck some shit up. Side note, that attic was always creepy as fuck. I never played in there and always avoided it as a kid. I ran roughshod over the farm and everything, but that attic? Fuck that attic. It was always cold in the summer, and the house didn't have air conditioning. It was fucking creepy. Back to the story. Adrenaline was pumping. I was ready to kill. I've always trended toward the fight side of fight or flight response anyway. I was kind of looking forward to the fight at this point. I opened the door to the attic. What the fuck? Going in the attic. Move some stuff around, see if someone is hiding. Still don't find someone. Fuck it, they must have gone downstairs. Check the rest of the upstairs rooms. No one there. Head downstairs with the bat in hand. By this time, Grandma had shuffled into the living room, and I had turned the lights on. She wants to know why I'm making all the noise. I tell her someone is in the house. Grandma doesn't look excited at all. She just says, "Go back to bed, I'll tell you in the morning. Or tell you about it in the morning." Chills run down my spine. I don't believe her. I check the porch, turn on the yard light, go outside, pitch black. I have a flashlight, wind blowing, check my tree line, check behind the house, nothing. No one at all. Not even tracks. Check the kitchen, check the living room, check my grandparent, or check in on my grandpa who was sleeping. Take a shit and a piss because I was downstairs anyways. Check on Grandma. Ask her again how she knew no one was in the house. Again says, "Go to bed. I want you to be able to sleep." And refuses to tell me anything. I decide to trust her and make my way, make sure all the doors are locked again, then go upstairs. It took me about 4 hours, but I finally fell asleep at like 3 a.m. Wake up the next day. "Grandma, what the fuck happened last night?" She said that she hasn't told anyone about it. There are ghosts in the house. She said she didn't want to say anything because she was worried we would think she was going senile and put her in a rest home. What we used to call it assisted living. But she said since I saw it, I didn't, I just heard it, that she felt like I should know. Made me promise not to tell anyone. I did, and didn't. At least until she died. She said that she would often see an old, stern-looking man with a brim hat looking at her at the foot of her bed at night. There was always a weird glow around him. He usually pulled the covers over her head, prayed the rosary that the man went away. He also said that when she would spread sheets on top of the bed, that they would come upon to rest on the outline of a child, like a child was under the sheets. Then she picked up the sheets. The child wasn't there. Said that I often heard the noises coming from the attic in the night, but no one was in the house. This was a common occurrence. She told me if I heard it again, pray the rosary, and I did every night for the rest of the day when I went to bed. That was it. Never heard it again, but I remember that shit like it was yesterday. When they died a few years later, a neighbor bought the house and demolished it. I miss the farm, or I miss that farm, and I miss my grandparents, but I'm kind of okay with the house that house isn't there anymore. The house was built in the 1900s. Someone once tried to put an apple orchard on it. The apples didn't really grow well in sandhills, so my grandpa tore all the trees out in the 1940s. I know my grandparents' first child, my oldest aunt, died in that house when she was 2. I think that the child that my grandma saw was her. The old dude, I think, was the guy that committed suicide on the adjacent property during the Great Depression. My grandpa and grandma found his body. He eventually bought his farm and made it part of theirs, but his house still stood pretty close to theirs. They used it for storage. The old guy ghost could have also been the guy that built the house and planted the orchard around the turn of the century. Not too shabby. Not a bad story. Interesting. No real spookiness. Alright, let's see about Anon Cabs in Texas. This one's cut off. I don't think this is... Yeah. And it's another skinwalker, apparently. Fuck that. Done enough of those. My voice is starting to crack. Alright, let's go down further. Looping? They're all really short. Rave is angry about skinwalkers because he, a Wendigo, isn't getting enough attention. I want a Wendigo home. Also, I want that Wendigossy. What an awful statement. I agree. This one. This one seems to be an archive. Here's my most outstanding one. Age 19. Me and a few friends, my cousin Steve and my buddies Andrew and Rave, decided to travel for the summer. Made a bunch of money in stocks and shit overnight a month before, so I'm kind of willing to dish out the money for traveling. We decided to go to Chernobyl. Oh, that's a... Yeah, I know this one. This one's going to... We're definitely not doing that one. The long one with a bad payoff. Alright, here's a different one. 35-year-old farmer. Living alone in a... Oh, wow, that's a bad... Alone? Live in a lone farm from everything. Was married with 2 kids before wife's death 3 years ago. The kids' disappearance a year ago. What? Disappearance. Night before disappearance, all was normal. Notified police, they said they will do their best. They said the kids just got lost. Kids never got lost. Didn't expect anything from police. Be alone, depression kicks in. Fast forward to last October. Laying in bed in front of fireplace. Too cold. Smoking my pipe and fighting sleep. Eventually slept and woke up feeling disturbed in total darkness. Weird because the fire stays till I put it out in the morning. Nothing can cause it to extinguish. Stand to light fire, too cold to sleep without. Step on liquid near fireplace. Light fire again, look down. I'm on a large bloody stain. No other traces of blood anywhere. Panic and gaze to the roof. Nothing is leaking. Take my rifle and head towards the door. Look outside, nothing alarming. Moon lights the whole area. Strong wind. See a little light in the distance. Large blurry red dot. What the fuck is that? See more clearly? There's a silhouette of a tall silhouette with a dot at its feet. Load the rifle and fire at it. Or load the rifle and aim at it. Took aim. Target way too far. Scared shitless. Silhouette just standing still. At the point of not knowing what to do. Shit, greatest regrets for not fixing the truck. Had 3 days or so to do. Only one option left. Call my stock supplier, who is a good friend of mine, knew my father well. Asked to pick me up. Needless to say, calling him at 2 a.m. made him realize something was clearly wrong. Asked me what was going on. No time to explain. Please just come fast. Hardly breathing and shivering uncontrollably. Locked my door firmly. Red dot stain still by my fireplace. Grab pipe and smoke to chalk the nerves. Waiting seems eternal. I hear the wind outside and cracking of the trees. Adds fear, but nothing abnormal. Have the door open and peek outside for another time. Silhouette was still there, but seemed taller and closer. Red dot was also brighter. Fuck, rush back inside. Thinking about getting dogs from the barn, where I usually lock them up. Nope, too scared for that. Smoking more nervously. Tense impatience. Phone rings. It's the supplier. He'll be a bit late. Barren Road. His voice is weak. Alright, I hung up and kept waiting. Put on soft music to keep myself distracted. Roars outside. Some kind of beastly roars I've never heard before. What the fuck is happening? Definitely not the wind. Panicked and stayed still. Dogs started barking furiously at that moment. Had 7 dogs. Also, mules started neighing. Cold is deeper. So frustrated, didn't want to stay alone, and didn't want to leave the fire warmth. Ah, fuck it. Light a torch and ran out from the back door straight to the barn. Get in and lock the gates. Thank God nothing abnormal inside. Feel much better with the animals' company. Dogs still barking. Start paying them to calm them down. Realized I left the phone inside. Shit too scared to go back and get it. A moment later, one of my dogs stood up and started staring blankly at the corner. The dog is trembling and moaning. Most terrified face ever for a dog. What the fuck is happening? This is not normal. Dogs start barking again. Hear a truck engine. Biggest relief in my life. Engine stops and I go out. Locked the doors and the animals and ran back to the truck. Sat next to a friend. Friend is a strong Russian bloke. Saw him carrying logs. Any normal human wouldn't even move. Usually no emotions, no expressions on his face. I see clearly now his terrified face. What's wrong? No answer. He just started the truck and we left. Awkward silence. He was hardly focusing on driving. His mind was absent. Ignoring everything. I stay quiet. Ignoring everything I say. Fine, I'll stay quiet. After a while, he took a turn. Wait, we're heading back to the farm? What's going on? Starts shouting and taunting him to say anything. Goes to the farm now. He stops and looks out and verges to cry, "Get out." He's trembling and pointing a gun at me. I walk out confused in absolute fear. See his truck fading in the distance. Fuck, I'm doomed. Quickly head back to get my rifle from the barn. Door's unlocked. Made sure it was locked before leaving. Rifle is still there. Not a single trace of the animals. Get back in the house. Fire extinguished again. Light it again. Red stain has doubled in size. Fear seizing my body. Fear bark followed by a strong scream. Goosebumps, hardly breathing. Go to window and check the silhouette spot. Still there in the same position I left it. Dots were glowing like crimson fire. Take my phone and try and call friend and try to understand. Phone is off. Call police. All is off. Weird. I get it. Still got transmission. Heart racing. Decided only one way left out of this. Walk out. Head with rifle towards silhouette. Adrenaline rush. Walking faster and faster. Still have the dots fading. What is happening? House is far behind me now. Look back. Barn is on fire. Should I walk back or just leave? No close village or nothing. Run back. Barn is lost. No way to put out the fire. House door is locked. Try forcing it. Unless go to back door. Locked too. Gave you several kicks. Finally broke. Got in. All black again. Total darkness. First step. I feel some stepping in strange liquid. Light the torch. Blood is everywhere now. Ran as fast as I could, heading towards the east. Main road is there. What a day. Never ever considered supernatural before. 30 minutes of running and finally main road. Road is empty, normal since it's 4 a.m. Waited for a long time, a bit more relieved away from the place. Nothing made sense in my mind. Small car passing by, didn't stop. Realized who was insane enough to pick up a stranger in the middle of the night. Trying too hard not to think about anything that happened. Too tired from all the running. Fell asleep. Yeah, I agree, Gord. It had a strong start, but it ended in nothing? Weird. That could have been a lot better. There's Ghost Puncher in this archive. We need one to close out on. Let's see. That one's way too long. Alright, let's try this one. Nope, this one's poorly formatted. Forest ranger for a large amount of dense wooded forest just north of the U.S. border. 12 o'clock. Just signed on to shift. Get a call from radio for 1049 missing person. Oh my god. No, this is another skinwalker. Damn. We're not ending on a skinwalker. Because, like, those ones, there's like a few of them that are good. Like the first one that started the whole fad. Yeah, that was a great one. When the skin is a walker. Fucking hell. Got about 5 more minutes of time left. I don't know. I don't want to wrap it up on a bad note. Really wish we had this friend's story too. Alright. This one. This one will be our closing one. It's a short one. I had this one experience where I was almost abducted. 18. Walking to a friend's house to go get a drink and play some video games. Lives on the opposite side of the city, 45-minute walk away. On the way there, I have to pass a local park. Park pretty normal, or normally pretty chill. A few gang incidents have resulted in kidnappings and murders. It's about 8 when I'm walking through the park, so it's dark. No one except 4 guys smoking at one of the benches near the soccer field. One of the guys asks, "Want a toke?" Tell him no, I'm not a smoker. Keep walking towards friend's house. I'm almost there. He lives 2 blocks from the underpass I was about to cross. Van comes up from behind and slows down near me. Same guys from the park. Same guy says, "Maybe you like a drink instead," while drinking a beer. Tell him no and keep walking. They are driving slow enough to match my walking speed. I yell, "What the fuck do you want?" The guy instantly changes from looking like he's high or drunk to being angry. Throws his beer to the floor and says, "Get him." The door on the side of the van opens, or slides open, and 2 guys get out. I instantly think, I'm fucked, what do I do? All I have to protect myself is a pocket knife. I go to grab it from a side pocket of my jacket. I think, pretend it's a gun and leave my hand in my pocket and give impression of gun. 2 guys stop charging towards me. The guy that offered me a drink says, "Leave him." Looks at me and says, "Next time you may not be so lucky." They speed off. I call the police and tell them a weird van tried taking me near the park. They say they will send a car to see if they scout the area. They end up catching them trying to pick up a 7-year-old girl. They find drugs, alcohol, and a camera with pictures of kids and teens they abducted completely nude and tied up. I was really freaked out about how close I was to getting kidnapped. Don't walk at night anymore, especially in that area. Ended it on a really realistic horror story. I don't believe the gun part, but yeah. That will wrap up our festivities, though. Tune in tomorrow for the last couple of days of Go to Bed, or Go to Dead. Which, tomorrow we got Cheat. I think he might be wrapping up Alan Wake. Yeah, that is nightmarish. I fully agree there. But yeah. Thanks, guys, for coming. Maybe run streams something every night, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. Tune in tomorrow for Cheat and Alan Wake. Good night. Go to bed.